Bolt Inn and find Umu for more information. Um, Within that period of time, however, you guys kind of have an idea of why your character would be there. Um, who leaves within the week kind of notification? I'm curious, just who would have left immediately, like to go to Brassguard?
I feel like Esteban would. He doesn't really have a whole lot that would stop him from going directly, which
Hmm.
would in turn turn dirt as well, following behind whether Esteban asked him to or not. Because like Esteban has no ties to anything that he would have been previously involved with. So he saw
Yeah.
Golden City. He said, "Son of a bitch, I'm in." Uh, Pretty much
Perfect.
packed up, is headed out, and yeah, then of course was being quickly pursued by dirt in tow.
Just like, God damn it! What the hell? um, yeah, I was just honestly kind of just a little curious. So you guys all do eventually kind of, some maybe a little sooner than others. You find yourself kind of in the southern-ish section of the desert Anarok. Um, you find the city of Breastguard, and you find the tavern is well enough pretty obvious because while the city is the city of Breastguard is advertised as a city, uh, it it isn't. It's more like a town that's only slightly bigger than a village. But throughout your journey, as you were making your way, villages and even other towns or remotely civilization wasn't the most common in this region. So in comparison, they decided to brag, saying that they're a city. Um, you guys kind of find yourselves at the Laughing Bull Inn, and anyone who decides to go in um, finds kind of no matter what hour of the day, it's pretty lively. Um, Seems to be kind of like the main area that like people spend most of their time, whether for good or for bad. Um, so we'll start with we'll kind of just go through a bit of a character introduction as you guys kind of start going into the inn. Starting with let's do Esteban. Kind of, you want to give a bit of a description of kind of what your character looks like as you kind of walk into
Sure.
the tavern.
Esteban is a the rather slender fellow, uh, probably around the height of like 5 foot 5'9". He's not the tallest guy to walk in there, but he's also, yeah, he's definitely not the shortest. Um, and he kind of carries himself rather confident, but he also, he knows not to open his mouth really unless he's spoken to, and he kind of wears a large heavy trench coat. Um, Kind of keeps his hands in his pockets as he goes. He's got like an undercut going there. It's like a silverish color, and he is a very pale green. Um, the signature goblin ears. And he knows that he looks rather different from other goblin folk, but he tries not to comment on that to as many people as he can. He'd probably walk in and sit on the farthest edge of the bar if he can help it, and help himself, asking
Yeah.
for a beer there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty honestly like the moment you walk in, kind of just a little bit of the air that you're kind of demonstrating, you actually see a an older, like kind of well armored turtle, kind of sitting kind of near this in the center of the tavern. Um, kind of clocks you for a second, looks over at the barkeep, kind of just nods. Um, and the moment you sit down, barkeep immediately slides you a beer and says, "It's on us."
Thanks, friend. It's rather kind of you. Hmm.
Don't worry, if you're here for him, you ain't gonna be here for too long. So, not really that big of a deal.
Esteban would be cautious of that and not really give a direct answer, but
Yeah,
nod of acknowledgement.
cool. I'm assuming the one who probably would have come shortly after, uh, Dirt. Want to give us kind of what's going on with your character?
Uh, so the first thing people would probably notice about Dirt is he's very, very large, like nearing 10 feet large. And with his pack that he carries, because as he follows Esteban around, since he's around, he's been essentially turned into a pack because he refuses to not follow him. So he carries a large bag that's essentially most of Esteban's stuff, because Dirt doesn't need anything to survive, really. And he's essentially just carries all the shit picked up. So he's got almost as much stuff as he weighs on him. Most of the time. Whenever unless they're traveling light. That's again usually up to Esteban. Dirt looks
Oh, you'd have
he
everything,
could
buddy.
pass as a suit of armor with glowing eyes underneath his cloak. It's all kind of raggedy, worn, not in the best condition, but passable for what they're doing.
Hmm.
And he's always kind of just near Esteban. Not hovering like super close, but far too close to be comfortable still, more than likely. Like an overzealous bodyguard that's trying to do his job right, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
And
Yeah.
that's probably all that'd be noticeable about him with his cloak still on.
Hmm. Um, you do notice though when you actually kind of first walk in, you are actually not the only warforged in this tavern.
Oh.
Um, there is actually fairly near the turtle that's in the center of the room is a fairly kind of little rusted, not as tall as you, but still kind of towers above pretty much any other like
Yeah,
non-warforged.
it's in
Um,
the name.
yeah, he's a little rusted. He's got a lot of dents and scratches, kind of just covering his entire like visible like skin. Um, he kind of looks at you and just nods, but doesn't really go too far away from the turtle.
Yeah, Dirt would kind of glance at the turtle, look back at the other Warforged, and nod as well.
Hmm. All right. Who would like who would be next? Who would like to go next?
I mean, I can.
Be my guest. Kind of give me an idea of kind of what Varaxis looks like. What's he doing?
Well, I mean, Rexus is obviously just a kobold, so I mean, you're not getting much hide out of that. You'd probably just walk in and, ironically enough, is a kobold paladin, so would just walk in and take a seat at the bar, wherever.
Hmm.
Try not to get stepped on,
Yeah.
and probably just wait till he can find said person or said person makes themselves known.
Mm-hmm. You can probably fairly quickly track like the only person like in the tavern that's like making not necessarily a show of themselves, but like while most people kind of are just like sitting around like just tables and just kind of just chatting amongst themselves, having drinks and stuff. Um, this turtle that's kind of at this like kind of larger table in the center of the tavern looks more like he's waiting on something as opposed to he doesn't give off the impression that he's there just to have fun. Um, he's looking for people.
I would probably head in that direction, and just because best thing I got, lead
Mm-hmm.
wise.
Yeah. You walk up to him. Again, this is a older looking turtle, covered in just anywhere that's not his shell is some sort of like armor of some kind. Um, he's got kind of leaning against the table is a halberd that's bigger than you are. Um, and when you kind of walk up to him, he looks at you and goes, "Are you here for the caravan?"
If that's what the ad was for, yeah.
Right. Well, we're going to wait for just a bit longer. Wait until night falls to see if there's anyone else. So if you would, take a seat. Enjoy yourself. It's all on us.
All right, fair enough. And I shall find myself a seat somewhere.
Eee. There are a couple empty seats. The bar obviously is still only got a few people there. Um, there's like a couple seats like near this really quiet lizard folk that's just like he's brooding over a pile of like goods. Just keeping an eye on it. But there's seats to go around.
I'd probably just sit by the lizard folk,
You kind
hop up in a chair because,
of yeah,
I can't really just climb into a chair.
yeah. You you plop down near him. He kind of just looks at you for a second, just goes, "Ugh," and just keeps looking at his stuff. Like he's trying. Even when he was looking at you, like he kind of just gave you a bit of a side eye. He refused to let like this. What looks to be what he's, I guess, what you could describe as guarding. Um, he it's just a pile of like general goods and barrels, like little bits like barrels of food, rope, like anything that you could need for like a long-term like journey. He's just constantly checking inventory, checking it again, checking it over and over again to make sure nothing's gone missing. So when you sit down, he kind of just clocks you for a second, nods, and it can just you. He was in the middle of a list, but then when you sit down, he starts over. Um, like he just lost track for a second. Um, all right. Minerva or Digit, who would like to go next?
Could have Digit come in.
All right. Give us an idea.
Following Kobold, just managing to slip through the door before it shuts. Digit is about 2.5, maybe an inch or so taller, 2.5 feet ish tall, and he's wears a sort of maroon type like hooded cloak around a rather ornately like made leather harness, and on his back is a very clearly like custom made type of firearm, size appropriate. So doesn't look like it can do a whole lot, and he's holding a sheet of paper, one of the flyers for this expedition. And as he's looking around the room and notices the turtle, he just walks up and holds up the sheet to him. The only thing that's really truly visible would be this ashen fur tail that keeps flicking behind him.
Mm-hmm. Total kind of looks down at you and goes, Cobb would have a field day with you. Hey, Cobb! You just see that this turtle looks up, looks away to a figure that's kind of just sitting down, just minding his own business. And he's sitting down. He stands up. He's not much taller than he was sitting down. Kind of older dwarf, carrying a staff, long robes, an old like long scraggly kind of grayish beard. Kind of looks initially like a little like peeved for a second that this turtle called him out. But that is immediately replaced with him looking at you. You see his eyes go from like a like you're interrupting me, just relaxing, to a like you can feel it in your bones. This is a ravenous curiosity that you've just been clocked with. The dwarf doesn't spend much time, and immediately runs over to you. Go ahead and first roll. Go ahead and give me a either athletics or acrobatics check.
Fear. And I just do this on the character sheet.
Yep, you just click it on the character sheet and it should roll everything for you.
Oh, perfect. Oh wait, don't I have a thing that?
Let me double check. On your features, it's very specific. You have advantage on ability checks made to jump.
Oh, right, that's right. It was specifically for jumping.
For jumping, yes, indeed. This is more of a he's trying to grab you. And I just got to figure out where I can just here we go. So you don't have necessarily a character sheet for him quite yet, but no, that is just, that wasn't what I wanted, but hey, works well enough. We'll keep it as is. So he goes to try to grab you. You're able to kind of pop out of the way real quick. And you just hear him go, oh. And he looks up.
He kind of like taps him with the paper and says, well, that's not very nice, is it?
He looks at you and goes, it's been the first time I've actually seen a ruined squirrel. I haven't seen runes like that before. At least it's been a long time.
Digit just kind of like adjusts his hood down a little further to hide any of them that might be showing for now.
Kind of pats himself up because he fell he stumbled just a bit trying to grab you. He put his whole being into trying to scoop you.
I want the
And-
scoop.
And he dusts himself off and goes, "Forgive me. The name's Cobb. Donovan Brain Mage, actually. It's fascinating what you've got going on, but forgive my rudeness. I'm with the caravan, so you and I will have other opportunities to chat."
Digit, you can see little ears under the hood kind of perk up, and his whole demeanor changes, and he holds out his hand, showing like very clearly missing his middle finger, and introduces himself, saying, "I don't think I've ever met anyone outside of my home that can do anything with runes. This will be interesting indeed. My name is Digit."
Pleasure to meet you. We'll be fairly acquainted while we're on this journey.
You have big hands.
Yeah, they're he kind of just laughs a bit and just kind of goes back to his little corner. As he's walking away, he goes, "Just you wait around." He gestures over to the turtle. Umu here will be probably within a little bit to be giving a bit of a brief to everyone.
He
He
just
sits back
kind of
down.
nods. Then he goes up to the bar.
Cool. Same thing as the others, like just immediately like he he goes to he kind of clocks the bartender kind of clocks movement. Goes to slide another beer. He doesn't stop, but he does look at you like he's like, "This seems like a lot of alcohol for someone so small."
Digit staring him down very quickly, but with an audible like pap, puts his paws on the table or on the counter.
Esteban's
slides
gonna
it
look down
over.
the bar and just absolutely like only an earshot of dirt necessarily, but you've got to be kidding me, right?
Meanwhile, Digit has lifted this mug and is already drinking the ale.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just there are other patrons and stuff that like do see this interaction. They're like, "Am I need?" Just a couple of them get up and just start leaving. They're like, "I've drank way too much."
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
This squirrel with a
Right.
gun just showed up. What the fuck?
Can't say I've seen that before.
All right.
Just looks at dirt. We are in the right place, right?
You guys
I'm
do all hear what Cobb said to.
Unsure if my optics are functioning correctly.
Yeah, you guys do all hear what Cobb said to Umu. So you guys do know that the turtle that was on the paper is indeed the name that was on the paper is indeed this turtle that's just been sitting there in the middle of the room. With that, Minerva, if you wouldn't mind, what are you doing? What do you look like?
Yeah. Okay. um. So yeah, I guess after all this, um, the squirrel, squirrel, um, in would kind of messily stumble in a satyr, fairly young, young in the satyr age,
Mhm.
um, kind of. She is a um more plump individual, um, around 4'9". She isn't super tall in stature. She had her hair is mostly under those kind of um, is it safari hats? Is that the kind of hat I'm thinking about?
Maybe.
Um,
If you're
I
thinking of
think
an archaeologist type of look, yeah.
yeah, I'm like I think it's a safari hat. I don't know if there's actually better terminology for it. But she would have kind of a deep red or kind of burgundy hair that it looks very messy, but it also is just very kind of wavy and put up in a terrible terrible bun that's hiding horribly under the safari hat. Um, the safari hat on top would have very large kind of goggles, while on her face she has very large circular glasses. She has a kind of almond-esque skin tone with lots of freckles and kind of mossy green eyes. She also is wearing kind of a puffy. She has an undershirt that's kind of one of those puffy sleeved, creamish kind of colored shirts with a brown vest on top. Her lower half, obviously being the hubbed portion, has more of a bovine kind of. It's bovine-esque kind of look. It's not like a goat. It's more bovine-esque, and it has kind of patchy brown, dark brown and lighter brown like fur. And she has big satchel full of a bunch of things. Um, and underneath or in her arms, papers, kind of like maps, along with the poster in regards to this adventure.
Cool. Yeah, so you do walk into just you kind of get brushed past a little bit by a couple of patrons that are just leaving looking like they've kind of seen a ghost. And you're able to identify very quickly where all of the gazes have been going. And there is kind of a very varied cast. You've got a lizard folk in here, a turtle, 2 warforged, a dwarf, which is arguably some of the more normal things, as well as an individual that looks kind of goblin-esque, goblin adjacent. And yeah, a squirrel and a kobold as well. Just a little bit of just general. They see even when you walk in, they're like, "Yep," and they just also get up, and they're like, "It's too much. It's too much drinking.
Oh, no.
I've seen way too much."
Dear God.
Like first it was the turtle, now it's.
Then they started stretching goblins, and now fucking
Yeah.
they're letting squirrels in
Yeah.
here. Like, what is
That
this?
goblin's way too tall. It doesn't match up.
Something's not right.
Yeah, this is the town that you guys are in, and while they're not like afraid of you guys, they're just kind of, at least tonight, they're kind of just treating it as just a drunken stupor like type of hallucination. None of them are looking at you guys with fear, just confusion. Yeah, eventually in the tavern, there's a couple like patrons left, but most of them are like either unconscious or at this point they're like, I have accepted this situation. This is okay. I'll be fine. I'll just keep drinking because I can't drink at home. And otherwise, the other patrons of the tavern kind of, as just in general, as all of you kind of look around, not all of the patrons have been drinking. A lot of them kind of, or the ones that are left, are a little bit more, they look a little bit more driven. They look like they're treating this as a stop as opposed to as a place that they go to every day. A lot of them are carrying like either like wearing leather armor and like a couple swords. There's a Goliath kind of just hanging out in another corner of the tavern, with just a great bow that is slung across his back, carrying a great sword. And upon your arrival, Minerva, Umu kind of nods, and he looks over at his warforged companion, or however you want to describe him, and goes, I think we've waited long enough. And he looks to the rest of you and goes, those of you who are here for the caravan, please see Voss to sign in the binder so we have a record. He points, when he says Voss, he points over to the lizard folk that has just been obsessively poring over his inventory. Uma goes, Voss is our quartermaster. He will be keeping an inventory of everything in our entire journey. If you have a problem when it comes to broken equipment or anything of that nature, you will talk with him. My advice, write in his binder so he doesn't think you are a thief. Hearing the word thief, Voss immediately turns around, kind of just a little wild-eyed. Kind of has his hand on what looks to be like a small dagger at his hip. Realizes who's not talking about that kind of thief. And grabs a book. Puts it on his little table and opens it up, and there's a bunch of blank entries. What are you guys doing?
I feel like it would be
Minerva
appropriate.
would.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Minerva's going right up because she's got a lot of shit.
If you're carrying a lot of stuff, Voss immediately looks at your stuff and goes, if you'd like to drop things off at Voss's, Voss can watch it for you.
Oh no, thank you. I need this stuff.
He just
He
sighs a
like
bit and goes,
starts unloading.
yeah, but the lizard just sighs and goes, very well. Sign your name.
And she would take. I'm assuming it's a quill, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, she'd take the quill. Just for funsies too. She's left-handed, so why not add that on there? And she'll write her name up in cursive along with all the shit she has.
Damn, I gotta say, to make your character have such a handicap. Yeah. You yeah, you sign the book. Voss goes, if you ever think about changing your mind, Voss won't keep it, he'll just hold on to it. Until you need
Appreciate
it.
the offer, but it's okay. I've got it.
All right. Next.
Since I'm already sitting at the table, I'll go ahead and sign.
The same question is asked to pretty much all of you. He looks at you for accident and goes, you have anything you need to drop off at Voss's? Voss will watch it for you. Voss is very good at making sure everything stays exactly where it needs to be.
You're very passionate about your job, aren't you?
Sure.
I'm just gonna sit a shield on the table that I don't need.
He looks so excited. And he goes, right. Your name is, and he goes to like read the entry.
I'm Baraxis.
All right. Voss will hold on to this, put it right over here. He puts it in like a very, he thinks for a second, puts it in a very specific spot in the pile. And he goes, if you ever need your shield again, Voss will bring it right back.
Sounds good.
After you sign it, he goes, next.
There's like a thunk as a digit puts the mug down and
You're gonna
pops
kind
it out
of hop off the fucking stool.
Yeah, he just little
Tiny
paps
bit of
as he-
airtime.
Yeah, little paps as he walks by, kind of still has his hood on, and he looks up.
You just initially hear, next. Oh.
So he like kind of climbs on top of the table because he can't reach it.
Please try to keep your feet away from the book.
He takes like a half squirrel step back. And he signs his name in giant runes.
He kind of looks at it and just Cobb. Cobb walks over and he goes, "His name is Digit. It'll be fine. You see the runes, assume it's him." All right. And he looks at you. Same question. You have anything you would like to drop off the bosses? Bosses will
Does
watch
he-
it for you.
Does he have a list on like nearby of his inventory of like what he's keeping track of?
He has about 5 lists. They all say
Use-
the exact same thing, which is all inventory.
He has a
Very
list for his
meticulously
lists.
drawn. Yeah, he has a list for his list. He has a list for the lists. And he
So
has a list
Digit
for the depot.
Digit being Digit, and with his eye trait, can I see if he may have made a potential error somewhere?
Sure. Go ahead and give me let's see. We'll go,
He's very intrigued by this manic lizard
He
folk
is-
pouring over his goods.
something like error checking. I would probably say you could do investigation, but if you're looking for things like errors and stuff, like falsities, probably do insight.
Insight, huh?
Mm-hmm. You look over it. It's checks to you. Voss sees what you're doing for a second and he goes, "Don't worry. Voss has it all under control." He then kind of grabs a book underneath the table, much thicker than the binder you guys are all signing. Opens it up and you see just it's the list over and over and over and over again. You do see every once in a while like a couple changes, and the moment he notices a page has a change, he goes, "That's when," and he just says what somebody else is like, "That's when Vyrok, when he got his greatsword back, Voss made sure to return it to him."
Yeah, there's like a mechanical clicking as Digit is like looking over things, and then he like looks back up at Voss and says, "No thanks," and simply just jumps down and goes back to the bar.
Next.
Esteban's gonna stand up and kind of like adjust his scarf around his neck before he like looks over at Dirt. Like, you don't have to give them everything, but I'm sure they can
Alright.
imagine it's
Are-
filled to
are
the
you
brim,
good?
right?
I mean, less I'm carrying, the more when we're actually in wherever, the more I can carry out. But you're the boss.
Well, I mean, are you comfortable carrying all this stuff or what?
I don't think I can feel discomfort.
That's fair. Okay, new plan. You give him everything that you think we don't directly need instantly, and anything we get, we don't check it in.
Got it.
All right. And he'll kind of confidently walk over to the book, look down, and is a little confused by the runes immediately. He's just kind of like
you see like common runes.
he'll kind of like
Runes?
look up and like look around the room for a second, like which one of you guys signed that shit? What the fuck? Before
On hearing that, Digit's tail flicks aggressively.
Sorry, I can't write in common.
fuck is that?
Sorry, I have to write in.
He turns around and goes, "Would Elvish be better?"
Oh my god! I can write in everything.
Celestial or
except
goblin
common.
would be easier to read.
in before he actually.
One would be
he would,
easier.
but in before he goes, "What's a goblin?" No, he does know. That just be too funny.
Goblin? Question mark.
But
really
Esteban
small
will go ahead and sign his full name that takes up like 3 lines.
The longer your name gets, the more Voss sighs. He goes, "That's it's a lot of paper. That is fine."
Mine makes up
That's
for
okay,
it.
buddy. It's more
considerably
stuff for you to
shorter.
keep track of, right?
He looks conflicted. Like
I broke it.
he's like, shit. He's right, but I don't like it. Like it's like efficiency, but there's more to look at. So it's like, yay, inventory, yay, logistics, but also, god damn it.
It just looks like there's like 4 people that signed it.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Okay. Same question. He goes, he just got, after just kind of having a small stroke there for a second, trying to figure out what reality he wants to go with. Voss looks at it and goes, anything you would like to give to Voss? Voss will make sure to give it back to you in the same condition you brought it.
Nope, we're good. And you'll see him like Esteban will pat his trench coat down a little bit, and doesn't appear to be anything particular sticking out at anybody. So, and then of course, Digit or you just see Dirt with the massive fucking pack on his back. So,
Yeah,
do with what you will with that.
behind you, Voss's eyes light up. He does still sigh at you. He goes, all right, get out of the way so I can talk with this one.
I guess Dirt would, before doing anything, because he fully expects Esteban to have signed for him, he's just going to start unloading things.
He's like, hey, wait, hold on. There's a system to this.
There's
like,
just
sign first,
a never-ending list.
Voss will take this.
Hold on.
He does. He points to a smaller list on the side that's like instructions.
God damn it.
There's instruction. You know what?
Yes.
Hold on.
It's only 2 things.
He's gonna
It
look
says
through all
Oh.
of Esteban's many names and be like, okay. No. He put me at the end here. I'm Dirt. That's not part of his name. Yeah.
He already took up enough lines, so I'll accept it being on the same line as his name.
All right. And he'll start unpacking pretty much everything unnecessary, excess rations, any excess like clothing and whatnot.
All right. You see, instead of putting it in the pile, he grabs a box nearby.
Oh my god.
Kind of drags
We get
it.
a box.
Drags. He's like, I know, boxes are great. You can organize in there. He says, as a matter of fact, and he opens the top of the crate. That ain't a crate. It's like he just kind of reaches into the box. Arm goes way too far down.
He's got a bag of holding box. Sorry, that was
However,
before.
you see that he grabs something and he kind of pulls it up, and it's a shelf inside of this box.
All right, Mary Poppins.
I think Dirt's eyes would brighten considerably at that. Be like, where did you get such a thing? That would
Boss
be
found
so
it.
useful.
Boss found it.
it?
Yes.
You didn't buy it from someone?
No. Found it.
Oh.
Boss doesn't
Okay.
remember where. We were with Omu. Found it. It was just a box before, but
I have something to
Voss found the shelf. He's much more proud of the shelf than the box.
Oh,
It's not as well built as the box. He is able to fold it out, so it does have like moving parts, like hinges. Because he just opens it up and it looks very crudely made. It'll work.
it
He's
works.
much more proud of the shelf. Um,
Dirt is far more interested in the bigger on the inside box.
and he goes, "All right, stuff, please."
Okay. And Dirt would just start handing things over.
Yeah, he doesn't like take it all at once. Like every time he gets something, he like positioned it in a very specific section of the it. Honestly, to the rest of you guys, this is painful because he's every individual item Voss is grabbing, he's putting it on a shelf, writing it on a list, getting the next thing, putting it on the shelf, writing it on
Esteban's
his
getting
list.
another drink.
After however many items you've given him, probably a good 30 minutes have passed. Eventually he's able to kind of like partially collapse, because obviously now he can't fully collapse the shelf, but he collapses it just enough where it fits kind of in the crate, and then just closes it, like pushes the shelf back down, closes the crate, kind of pushes it off, and goes, "Perfect! I like you! You gave us stuff!"
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. It's awkwardly like, ooh. As awkward as a robot can look, he looks.
Yeah, no, that entire process, you also heard a bunch of other people just go, "Oh, for God's sakes." Just every time Foss grabs something new, he's like, "Perfect. It'll go right here, and I will write it in the list." Deposited by Dirt.
As Dirt gets over to Esteban, he's going to be like, "We don't need all that stuff back, right?"
I mean, I did tell you to
I
give him
don't.
all the disposable stuff, so yeah, it's fine.
All right. I don't know if we can do that process again in reverse.
Well, I mean, if we do need something, we'll just make it like one thing. And then that way he'll just get back to us whenever he's ready in like 2 to 3 business days.
I mostly just left him
You-
excess rations and the extra clothes, so we should be good.
Yeah.
You see
yeah,
somebody
we're
walk
good.
up. You see somebody walk up to Voss after all of that, and he goes, "Hey, Voss, about that cup I gave you, I'd like it back, please." It's like, "I know I gave it to you like 2 months ago. I don't even see it here. Could you?" Voss just goes, "Oh, you're good, perfect." He just turns around, finds just the smallest little like shot glass essentially in like a couple seconds amongst all of this stuff. Hands it back to him, goes, "All right." Says nothing else.
That was
Just-
weirdly more efficient
It
than
is
I
terrifying.
anticipated.
It's terrifying.
He didn't pull out the list again.
Yeah, he didn't even need the list. Like, what? What?
You may be starting to realize that the list is less something that he needs to be looking at and is more just a mental exercise.
Oh no.
I feel like it's just a suggestion.
The
Voss
list
is
the
the
friends
list.
we made along the way.
All right. After handing the little shot glass to the guy, Voss looks over at Umu and goes, "Good to go. That should be everyone, I think. Anyone else? Next? Maybe?
When was the last time you slept?
Sleep?
Oh no.
Anyways. Umu, good to go." And he just turns back around, almost like a robot. Same exercises. List over and over again. This turtle kind of just looking more amused than you would probably hope. By that whole exchange, he kind of just looks at the rest of you and goes, "Now that the fun is over with, pleased to meet you all. My name is Umu. I am the leader of what we're calling, name to be determined, the Golden Caravan. Very straightforward name, judging by what we're trying to find. But it works. You have come here to this place for one thing. Or another, it depends. Adventure, riches, danger. Whatever motivated you to come here, you are here. It is wonderful to meet you all. Now, the current plan is to leave upon sunrise tomorrow. If you are needing anything, either talk with Voss. Voss would be more than happy to sell you something from his stores that isn't being held in reserve. If you don't need anything, enjoy tonight. The drinks are on us until morning, and so just try not to wreck the place while we're here. And if you have any questions, I'll be here if you'd like any stories. The moment upon hearing stories, half the room groans. If you'd like to hear them, I would be more than willing to share. Otherwise, we'll see you in the morning. Kind of sits back down, and just smiles, looking at everybody, just a little awkwardly. After a little bit, he'll kind of just start having like a side conversation with his Warforged compatriot. So, as it stands right now, you guys have got until basically tomorrow morning. If you guys are needing to take care of something, I know you all have like a little bit of gold. If you need to go to like something you're needing to maybe purchase, you could purchase probably from Voss or from a store in town. Kind of up to you guys. Otherwise, you guys can hang out in the tavern. Just kind of do what you want until tomorrow morning.
Hey, Dad, I'm sorry to be the bad kid, but I lost my token.
It's swallowed by the shadows already.
Where's my token?
I hate to be the bad
mean
kid,
this
but I'm gone.
Help!
Thank you.
Father, the shadows have taken me. It's fucking goddamn it.
Well, you
Yeah,
heard the
so,
old man. I'm getting another drink.
Yeah. Anybody else want to do anything in particular?
I mean, most Phyrexis would do is like a quick prayer to Tiamat to see like if this is like where he was supposed to be.
You just, I wouldn't even, you're not even going to need a religion check. You just hear one, both nothing and something. You feel correct. Now, whether that's from Tiamat or not, that's up to your interpretation. But your kobold instincts are saying, yup, this is the place to be. The entire time, like, you've been praying to Tiamat, like, this is kind of the typical scenario. You've never heard her. Ever. You just get feelings. So, Whether or not you could chalk that up to divine guidance or not, it's kind of for you to interpret. But you know right now, whatever feelings you're having, this is the place you're supposed to be.
I mean, this is the best I got, so maybe I'm right.
Cool. Neat. Talk to you later, too, Brad.
Thanks, Mom.
Really, really wish you'd pick up the phone sometimes, you know?
At least let me know you're there.
Oh, God. So sad now. Please. It keeps saying the voicemail box is full. Do you even,
listen to these
listen
things?
to them? Oh, absolutely fucking tragic. But you know, is it tragic if it's Tiamat? You know, to Varaxis, probably. To everybody else, it's a good thing.
Supposed to be a paladin, and I'm just not getting anything from my god.
Huh.
You know, I don't really know how my
Alright.
powers work half the time anymore.
It's kind of just a shoot and hope that it works kind of a thing, I guess.
Yeah.
It feels like it.
I don't
Yeah,
even
you're,
know if this thing is loaded. Like,
yeah.
oh damn.
Like there's
Well-
been
Can't help today, guys.
yeah. There's been a few times like you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like there's been a few times where like your powers have worked, but you don't really feel like you can like depend on its consistency. You know? It's like you're like, hell yeah, when Tiamat finally decides to like work through my blade, that's sick. And then you're like, sometimes when I go to swing, nothing happens.
Smite is just a regular swing.
It's just regular. It's just me swinging. So it's like a
It's like
weird,
suggestion.
yeah, divine suggestion.
You hit something. What? Did anybody else hear that squeaky sound?
I
Ah!
suppose during this downtime, Dirt would try to get a hold of a healer's kit for some gold.
Yeah. If you go to Voss, Voss, without even looking at a list again, goes healer's kit. I've got a healer's
Yes,
kit.
please,
Um,
if you would.
he does kind of look around though. Go ahead and let's do.
Oh no.
I just wanna see. There's got to be a better way for me to roll as a DM on here, but we'll figure it out.
Also, you said he looks around a bit. Is he looking shifty?
No,
Have you
he's
got
not looking.
stuff?
He's
Okay.
not looking around shifty. He's thinking for a second. Whether or not that's him thinking up of a price for healer's kit, you don't quite know. But he looks at you and he goes, I mean, that's. He goes back to the box, pulls the box back out, takes the shelf out, goes to your section, grabs a healer kit, hands it to you. He goes, if you. This was. You.
Was this one of the things I handed over?
Yes. Well,
I
all right.
obviously don't be as meticulous for my things as you do.
Yeah, just the confusion, not the confusion, but just like yeah, here's all of my shit. Healer kid was sitting there, he's like, here you go.
All right.
Boss was happy to hold on to this for you for
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Thank you. Didn't know that was in there. I swore I just handed over clothing and food.
So it's the equivalent of like just like, hey, I can't find my, where's my car
Where's
keys?
your glasses?
Swear to
Where'd I put
swear
my
to
glasses?
God. Swear to God, if I find it, I looked there. It wasn't there. Well, what's this then? It's that. Just so yeah, you got a healer kit. Didn't cost you anything. It was yours to begin with. Same process. Closes up the shelf, puts it back in the box, pushes it away.
All right, thank you. I'm just gonna wander back over to Esteban.
Anyone else like to do anything?
Think Minerva would get the the equivalent of a ginger ale. Hold on. So
Lovely. I'm reminded of a little of a little Simpsons snippet of just, can I get a coffee? Beer? Coffee. Beer? He keeps trying to give you beer, and you're like, no, no, I don't want alcohol. Alcohol? Eventually, he gives you like about as close to a ginger ale as you could probably get in D&D. It's essentially just carbonated water, pretty much.
a seltzer.
Yeah, a seltzer. He's like, here, not beer. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And Minerva would be interested in the stories.
Oh no!
The moment you prod Umu about the stories, you see the rest of the people are like, no, please.
But here's the thing, though. She whips out like a little pocket journal and a pill. I need to know all your adventures, please.
And she smiles. The first person probably in a long time. Obviously, somebody who hasn't quite learned the same lesson that the others have learned. He's like, hell yeah. And he goes, well, let's talk about, for now, let's talk about something a bit more recent. For example, how I even came to learn about the Golden City. You see, many years ago, before I met Hammer, and he points towards the Warforged, before I met Hammer and Voss and Cobb, I had found myself in a city called Fandelver. Now, a long time ago, it used to not be a city. It was a small town. But through many years after a small adventuring party helped kind of bolster the economy, the whole town blew up. But not actually blew up, economically blew up.
Oh, there has to be
And
another word for it.
the names of it escapes me. Plus, big words, powerful action words, keeps people's attention. He just looks around. He's like, "That's a lesson these other ones should probably learn again." Where was I?
The city blowing up, but not in an explosive kind of way.
Right, Fendel. How I found the letters. There was a little poster. Not so dissimilar from the advertisement that I gave to all of you. It stated something very similar to, well, what I'm saying. It was talking about an expeditionary force that was investigating a mountain. Now, I can only assume that they found this mountain. They were talking about things like adventure and and gold and adventure, and the gold is second to me, but it's the
Just
adventure
writing
part that
back and forth, adventure and gold.
Say like the gold, and the adventure, and the gold, and the adventure.
but really
Like,
the adventure.
Underlining.
And he goes, they left from Fandelver, and they went to the very same mountain we're going to be going to. I haven't personally looked at the mountain myself because that area of Anarok is a bit dangerous to go with only a few individuals. But they went, I'm assuming, to this mountain because I saw later there were other letters in different areas of the coast calling for supplies to the same mountain. And I can only assume that they found what they were looking for there. But after what looked to be about 100 years or so, the letters stopped. No more calls for supplies, no more advertisements looking for people. And I was but a young turtle when these events were occurring. I wish I would have gone, but at the time, I didn't hear anything. So, it's been so long, I hope everyone's okay. But if what these letters are saying is true, then there's adventure to be found in this mountain. And gold,
And
possibly.
You can see that obviously his priority is very much not on any monetary
Priority
value.
is money.
Um, yeah, gold, hell yeah. And he goes, "That's precisely why we founded this caravan. If we make the assumption that something terrible befell this expedition, we've been trying to filter people going on this caravan. I would like to apologize. The book that Voss has, it's it very faintly just gives us a bit of information as to true intentions. Nothing drastic, nothing into your histories. It's essentially a determination of, are you here to harm, or are you here to help? And clearly, none of you gave off the impression that you were here, at least overtly, to harm. So, that's why we're here, and that is why I am telling this story. Obviously, we haven't gone to the mountain yet, but I hope we can all stay excited to go on this adventure together. But it will probably be dangerous if this is the only... If the last group that went cut off communication, I mean, that could mean many things. So I'm curious.
Wouldn't you be?
We're
Well,
just in
I'm
it for the
very
money.
curious.
Yeah, here, just like I'm just in it for the money. He's just like, you're more like some of the others in the caravan, which isn't bad. It's just a shame it's not adventure first, gold second. But that's just me.
My goal is protection. I'm just here.
And that is very noble. And he goes, now, with the immediate story underway, done, let me talk about when I was but a little turtle. And just,
Oh no.
just
Okay.
continues until you're just like, please, God, stop.
Above board, my dumbass forgot to ask for something else too during the little shopping thing I did.
What's up?
The herbalist kit as
Herbalist
well.
kit?
Yeah.
Let me do the exact same way I figured out if you had the healer's kit.
I swear to God, if I had that too, like it's gonna be awkward. Like,
So
I really don't know how I keep burying these in clothes. I know I don't wear clothes
you
proper,
are
but like,
honestly, both you and Esteban, fully convinced. Those kits came out of nowhere. Like,
yeah,
when you
Did you pack all that
if you're
stuff?
able to,
No.
yeah, if you take a peek at the list, nowhere on the list does it state an herbalist kit or a healer kit. So either these things are literally manifesting out of nowhere. Voss is insane. A little bit of both.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit of both.
But the thing is like, it's not like he's stealing it from other people at the caravan. This shit is just materializing. Like, and he's acting like it's like there's
always
a weird,
been there.
like it's always been there. It just kind of, because he looks at it, it's almost like in game, it's almost like he's almost retconning what like is
Dirt
happening.
is definitely looking at him like,
What is this
yup,
eldritch
what is
creature?
this thing?
Staring at his books like, I don't believe all your entries are accurate.
He shows you the book again.
He can just make things.
Digit, go ahead, because now you've been given just the whole book. Because he's
Oh no, I'm sorry, that wasn't in character.
I'm about to say, I was like, he'll give you the fucking book.
No.
He will be like,
Digit is
all right,
when-
bet.
No,
for
Digit
errors,
is wholly
motherfucker.
absorbed at the bar, like tinkering away at something while everybody's been listening to stories.
I say, and he will. If you ask Voss, he will fucking give you the book. He'll be like, be my guest. See if you could find something. Because honestly, if you can find something, hell yeah, that means I can improve.
I mean, Dirt, unless he saw that the things aren't on the list, he's gonna believe that the meticulous little note taker is more accurate with the supplies than he is.
Yeah,
He just
he's just like,
somehow
I swear,
forgot something. Somehow.
I swear, we've never carried a herbalist kit before. I don't
Okay,
understand.
but I mean, Esteban very much is like, I've literally never seen you with this. So like, where'd you get that one, friend? Where'd you get that, buddy?
He said it was ours.
And that's the other thing, Esteban. Kind of like with Dirt, in the same way, you know instinctually, you know that herbalism kit wasn't there. But for some reason, you feel just a little tiny part of you that's like, maybe it was there. Was it? Just a small, tiny
Esteban.
bit of doubt.
I think we need to keep notes of our shit too now.
It's infecting everyone.
Listen,
swear
if
we
we
never
find
had
something,
I keep pretty good inventory of your stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where did you get that?
Yeah, because that's the other thing is like, because while you want to call Voss out, you are getting free stuff.
Yeah,
not
it's really
charging.
hard to just say no.
Yeah, it's like what am I supposed to do about this?
That's why Dirt didn't
it's
say
so
anything, 'cause
confusing, but
Dirt's
it's
like,
working in my favor.
I've got dirt hardwired. You don't ask questions. You just take the free things.
Yeah. You accept the thing, and then you go talk to Esteban about it.
Yep.
Dirt
Like-
hard.
What the fuck?
We went for an override on that one.
I am happy to have made Voss an eldritch creature.
That manifests items whenever they are needed.
Now, whether or not it's a continuing system, who
On
knows?
the plus side, he'd be the best shopkeep ever. They just appear out of nowhere, and he makes only profit if he was selling them.
You know almost immediately. You don't even have to ask him. He's only selling to people of the caravan. Like that's all he's doing. And he's not hawking wares. He's just like, do you need something? Well, I know it's not yours. So it'll be this much. So whether you'll never know what is real and what is not for Voss.
What the
Dear
hell?
God.
My God.
What the hell?
Sleep with one eye open with the lizard folk that's just, all right, yeah, carry the one. And now there's got three of those, and just furiously scribbling in more and more paper.
Is he okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I don't think he's fine.
I'm having fun. I
I
love
believe.
logistics.
I love logistics.
Okay.
Okay. So if no one else has anything,
Let me insight to check this little eldritch being real quick.
are
just
you
in case.
are you inciting Voss or are you inciting the book?
Voss. I want to insight the
Be my
gremlin we
guest.
have looking over supplies.
Be my guest.
Just to, okay, it's not going to do great. I don't notice anything.
You don't. Even with that, with an 11, you still are like, I can't fully tell, but
Because this,
he seems all right. Like he seems, he's not malicious. He's obviously not malicious. Whether or not you could fully discern whether or not he is actually a lizard folk and not some weird extra dimensional being, an 11 will not give you that impression.
yeah, okay. Well, this is definitely an eldritch god. That's what it
Yep.
is in my head. Above board, that's what this is.
Eldritch God.
He's like the master of mirrors from Witcher.
God. This is literally an NPC. Like, he's an NPC in a video game. You leave for one day, come back, you're like, where did you get 70 swords? I know you didn't leave the building. Like,
That sounds like something a DM protecting the BBEG would
Mhm.
say.
but your inside checks
So
wouldn't
weird.
ever find out.
Where did he go?
Well, it's crazy. Oh, you let Voss out of your
Motherfucker's
sight
got
for 1 second.
Sheogorath is an NPC over here.
The weirdly
Can I
the
just roll
most
my
boring
insight
shit.
for funsies?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just
I
for funsies.
too would
I
like to
really
roll.
paid
Yeah, be
attention.
my guest.
Mine's
Yeah,
gonna be
I was
in
about to say,
character.
I love these
Esteban
rolls.
really should, because
Son of
I'm
a
telling
bitch.
everything I noticed to Esteban.
It's the more you just as a group, the more you look at Voss, the more you can't pin it. Like you're kind of starting to realize you're like, okay, if I keep thinking about it, I'll probably eventually figure it out, but like my head hurts. Like It's like
Don't I
Digit
have
has
divine
paid no
is it-
attention to any of this.
I do have
Is it
divine
worth it?
sense.
what was that?
Said I do have divine sense.
If you do, are you gonna do divine sense?
I might as well.
Yeah, sure. Let me get the what is the specific language
There's
of divine
actually a
sense
deck.
again?
As an action, you can detect good or evil until the end of the next turn, or you can see you can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
He does not trigger any of it.
Lies.
He's not good. He's not evil. No, he's not. Not pinging off of. He's not pinging off of any of those radars. To your divine sense, he is a normal lizard folk.
It's the box.
It's the box. The box is the real boss.
All right, well, he's something.
He's some.
Well, it's a
weird
good thing we only
reverse
gave it
mimic.
our fucking useless shit.
Yeah.
You're gonna start
Boss
throwing
is a
other
reverse
stuff.
mimic.
Inside the box is the tax dragon.
You just hear it just deep in the box. Help, please.
Get me out of here.
Let me out of here. I'm a tax dragon. He's got me locked up.
Good.
Good. All right. If nobody else has anything, as much as you feel comfortable around boss or not, you guys are able to like kind of retire to like some rooms, and night turns into day, and you hear just kind of a knock on not just your door but like everybody's door. But it's a very slow knock. You just hear just knock. And you hear
After the second one, Dirt would have opened the door
Yeah.
or immediately be like,
it's
Hello?
Umu. And he goes, "Good morning. We're getting ready to leave."
got it. He's just turn around, go over to Esteban and be like, hey, we need to go. Get up. Hey.
Hey,
God
hey.
damn
Hey.
it, Dirt. What did I say about waking me up after I drink?
Opens his mouth, just beep, beep, beep.
Just blinker noises.
Oh, what the fuck? Even a Warforged could do that.
All right. I'm up.
All right.
You got
We're
all your
getting ready
shit?
to leave. Of
My shit? The shit?
course, I never unpacked it. Only what you need for the day.
Alright. Let's get the hell out of here. We'll kind of step out in the hall with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does the same thing for everybody else, and just slowly walks away, and he starts heading outside. You guys kind of looking around, just like in the tavern is obviously empty now because of how early it is. I mean, empty in the way of there are still like people unconscious, like kind of. They took the drinks are on us thing really far. So a couple of them. Umu has been up for a few hours. Because you guys walk out to it's not huge, but at a decent size, like little caravan. You got about 3 wagons. The front one is quite a bit bigger. The reason why is because in the back of that wagon is Voss with all of his stuff. And he's not looking as intensely at the depot this time. Kind of just looking a bit around, more like he's keeping an eye on his surroundings now, as opposed to just the depot. And Umu kind of looks to you guys as you kind of start to come out, and goes, "Shall we?" And he just slowly walks to the front. Doesn't get on a mount initially until you hear a couple of the other caravan members going, "Please get on something that moves faster." He just gets on the wagon with Foz.
I'm about to say, does his Warforged help him up?
His Warforged is kind of looking. He doesn't look like he's like helping him up, but he's just like, yeah, they're
If
right.
he didn't, Dirt would go to help him up.
This is probably the
if
first
for no other
time.
reason than to speed it up.
This is probably the first time that you've. Umu kind of, not like violently, but kind of like gently like pats your hand away. But like you see, he's like, I can climb just fine. I appreciate it. But I may be old, but I am not as helpless as you might think.
Well, I would have offered my help to those who are shorter too, so it's less your age and more.
He goes, well, then you
Speed.
might want to help that one. And he points over at Digit.
Digit is
Damn.
like visibly fucking with what appears to be a mechanical eye as he like hears his name and he looks up like in the middle of it, completely oblivious to whatever was happening.
Digit, Cobb is very close by you. He's not trying to grab you.
Is he
But-
spotting?
But he looks at you, Digit, and he goes, all right, we've got a long journey ahead of us. Come on, hop up into the wagon. We'll be talking for a while.
Digit's ears like he like sets this prosthetic, gets it, you know, squared away, and like his ears kind of angle back a bit. Like, oh god, as he climbs up onto the carrot.
Dirt would look back to the turtle and just be like, I think he needs help of a different kind.
Cobb won't hurt him. He's just very curious. You could sit with me, though. I would love to tell you stories while we go.
There's gonna be as little panic as can show on a Warforged face.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh.
You can hear gears grinding.
What's socially acceptable way to say no, please, God?
As he looks for
Oh,
Minerva,
trust
like
Minerva's got it, guys.
yeah, he's like, well, where is that satyr? I'm sure she would love for more
My-
stories.
She's
My
trying-
job is mainly
she's
to
putting all her bags
guard
in the,
Esteban, so I'm
putting all
gonna
her
go
bags
guard.
in the.
Putting it in the wagon.
Yeah.
Actually, I
you
suppose,
go ahead.
is Minerva nearby? Like, is it just the one wagon?
You guys right now, so a couple of you, I would say Digit and Cobb have gone into the, unfortunately for Digit, the wagon that's the farthest to the back.
Okay.
And Umu, as well as Voss, are in the front wagon. No one else is like. There's like a couple people who have like taken like the middle one, either sitting down or like just walking alongside the caravan, like kind of guarding it. Pretty much the encouragement was for at least Umu to get in, because if we go at Umu's pace,
Oh god, yeah. Dirt would go help or try to help Minerva if they'll
Yeah.
accept it. Just to get all the bags in.
you go to help kind of. You go well, just in general. You go to put some of your stuff in that front carriage. Voss's eyes light up for a second, and then Umu goes, That's not for your depot. They're just holding on to it. They're just putting it in here so they don't have to walk around with it. It's not yours, Voss. Just leave it alone. Voss looks sad. Like he's just like he's been denied a toy. He's like, God damn it. So close. Cool. So is anyone just walking just alongside the caravan as it gets ready to start moving, or who's sitting where?
Go ahead. Oh, okay. Then Dirt would probably be outside whichever caravan Esteban is in. Also trying to clock who among this group looks like they're more here for guard duty than anything. The hired muscles.
The other Warforged, is walking. He's sitting there. He's got a massive hammer.
Let's go.
Yeah, and he's kind of walking, like kind of near Umu's carriage. The Goliath that you kind of all clocked last night, was kind of sticking near the back, kind of providing like a rear security. He's got this great bow out with like an arrow just ready to go in the quiver.
That's cool.
Otherwise, like you'll see, like just for lack of a better way to describe it, generic guards, kind of just peppered like around the caravan. The general like racial makeup of this caravan is a little all over the place, especially with the introduction of your guys' party. But like you've got like a few humans, but like the ratio of like humans to not humans is like 2 to 1.
Skewed.
Yeah. So the other humans that are like there, they don't seem like disgruntled about it or anything. They're just a lot of the humans are just like, yep, this is just what it be. Otherwise, you'll see like
clock
other
who I'm gonna like fight with if it
comes. Yeah, a lot of them like you'll see like a couple.
There we go. Rephrase that better.
I'm ready to kill this caravan. Let's go. It's kind of just in general like there's a couple like more green looking guards, like maybe this is one of their first jobs, things like that. The more veteran looking are people like Hammer, the Goliath, honestly even Voss. Like Voss is looking around, he's not like, well, he is on guard duty, but he's on guard duty 24/7. But like you can even clock pretty quickly that if it came to a fight, Voss is not helpless.
That's good.
Granted, God knows what he'll pull out if he has to fight.
That's a little worrying.
Yeah, like Cobb has kidnapped Digit, and is now holding him verbally hostage.
Good luck, little squirrel friend.
Yep. And yeah, it's kind of the general makeup.
Okay. And yeah, other than clocking that, I'm just gonna keep an eye out on the road, kind of like the others are.
Digit just a single pop. Help me.
He is like pretending to pay attention as like accurately and as best as he can.
If you let down your guard for 1 second, he will immediately try to get a better view of your runes.
Yeah, he's
like
you can his hood is back enough now to where his face is visible. Is very clearly a squirrel. Like he is not.
Oh yeah, that becomes
anthropomorphic in any way. He is like a almost 3-foot tall squirrel.
Yeah, that becomes one of his very first things. He kind of looks around for a second, and he goes, "Yeah, pardon my rudeness. You're a squirrel, right? Like, just full stop."
His tail kind of flicks, and his soul responses, "The last time I checked, yes."
He's like, "Right. Haven't seen a squirrel get awakened like this. I mean, giants don't typically even pay attention to something as small as you. Whoever awakened you had some very obscure interests."
He kind of ponders for a moment, and then he goes, "Well, I wouldn't exactly call somebody that lives in the clouds in the mountains simple."
No, I suppose not. And nothing hurts, does it? I've never talked to an awakened animal with runes before.
He points at
Do
his
the
eye
runes
and
hurt?
says, "This
Do they
did."
itch? He looks at the eye and goes, "Well, now what happened there?"
Digit, as genuinely as he can, simply replies, "I'm not quite sure, because when I woke up, it was there."
Hmm. All right.
I didn't
Doesn't-
ask for this.
Like, well, of course not. Most awakened animals, I don't think, really demonstrate much of a bit of agency before they're awakened. It's like being woken up in an ice bath, and you're like, "I didn't ask for this." Being asleep and just being splashed. I don't suppose it was very pleasant. So
I don't recall much from before the process, so
that also makes sense, seeing as how you didn't really need that memory to begin with, except to store things away for the winter.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
He's like, "Well, I mean, that was your before times, so, it's up to you how you want to take it. Nowadays, I mean, for crying out loud, you're using something I haven't really seen a whole lot of before. So, clearly, for an awakened squirrel, you're doing well enough for yourself."
And he just kind of he's like deadlocked staring at this dwarf. He's like not breaking eye contact, whole focused in on him. And he's
Yeah.
just listening at this point.
Yeah, he
He is examining this dwarf as much as he is being examined himself.
yeah, this is just just fascinating. What makes it move?
And like very, very at the very edge of like his hood, like kind of towards his forehead, you can just barely make out like parts of one of said runes.
He after kind of asking honestly in any general social interaction way too many questions, he kind of just goes, "All right. Well, if there's anything you're wondering about me, I'd love to share. Otherwise, I'll stop asking any questions, at least for now, unless you feel more like sharing. Again, apologies for trying to grab you last night. The curiosity gets the better of me a lot. The moment I see something a bit fascinating, I can't really control it. So, my apologies."
His tail just flicks and he gives him a very tiny consolatory pat on the knee.
I need it many times the size. And if everybody kind of has a kind of an idea of exactly where we are in the caravan, much to the guards nearby, Umu, upon your arrival, Minerva, Umu immediately goes back into story time.
Oh,
Just
great. Fantastic.
So there I was in Waterdeep. It just
Mm,
onwards into on the road.
He's just oohing and awing and just writing things.
You hear the word adventure. The more you're listening to the stories, it's just adventure this, adventure that, adventure here, adventure there. it's it's
Sure.
it's like he uses the word adventure almost as frequently as the word the. It's just um yeah, you guys start kind of making your way. The town, the quote unquote city of Brassgard kind of starts to fade away into the distance. The city of Brassgard was kind of in a sparse, like kind of savanna-ish area. But it doesn't take too long before the savannah kind of gives way to just merciless desert. There's nothing explicitly dangerous about the area that you guys are in, except for obviously things like heat stroke, your typical desert like problems. And in the place of Anarok, it feels worse than your typical like dry area. As people start to kind of feel that like change, like that, just like I know it's hot, but it feels like it's not supposed to be this hot. Umu kind of chimes up to Minerva and any member of the party that's kind of like around that front wagon, and he goes, I believe this may be an old enchantment from an empire of mages. They were the Netheril, Netherese, Nether something, but they've been gone for a long time. But they might have done something here. They spent a lot of their time in this area, so that might be why it's harder than usual. I haven't been here before, but it could be an explanation. It is very curious. Um, you'll notice that like even Cobb is like kind of looking around, just being like, that's there's definitely magic, but it's old. It's very, very old. It's not strong. It's been decaying with the passage of time, but still a good deterrent, I suppose, trying to enter the desert.
Can I roll a possible history?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yippee! I got a 22.
Jeebus!
Good loud.
And good
It's
lord.
on brand.
That's all she's good for.
So yeah, it all kind of clicks pretty quickly when Umu's talking about it. The Anarok, or like, the Great Sand Sea, was a pretty key area for the Netherese Empire. And what the Netherese Empire was a an ancient like magical kingdom. So like the population of mages versus like not mages, very much in favor of mages. You haven't necessarily spent a ton of time in Anarok because of the conditions, but you do know that like a long time ago, a lot of their enclaves crashed into the desert. Most of those like ruins are buried deep underneath the sands by this point. If it had some sort of magical origin, it probably came from the Netherese Empire. It would make complete sense for an enchantment of this scale to exist even like thousands of years later. So even though it's a history check, even like arcane wise, like it's an impressive feat. Casting a magic on a place of this size, and it lasting past the fall of an empire, is these guys were of a different breed, like entirely. If it's Netherese, well, I mean, as much as it sounds almost like an advertisement, if it's Netherese, it's built to last. If you see Netherese stuff, values of things like that are like through the roof, especially if it still has innate magical properties. In the times that you've like spent like being an archaeologist, you've stumbled across like a couple pieces of Netherese stuff. And the intricacies of like the arcane work, like old sigils that like don't make sense anymore, that almost kind of hurt your head when you look at it. It's all extremely impressive, and in today's society, impossible to replicate.
By me, I say, as the artificer too. No, I'm joking.
So yeah, you guys kind of continue doing your thing. People are like kind of slowly fading, but you hear Umu go, "It's not long now. Don't die here. We haven't even started." And you guys have been approaching a fairly, it's not big. It's honestly a fairly small mountain. And you see Umu kind of takes out like a little map. And he's like, this is one of the papers that I found before. So we follow this map and we go, and this is this hill mountain thing, I think. And he looks at it and he goes, "Yes, there, you see it? You see it? There's a cave that might be where we need to go." Kind of in a weird burst of energy from Umu, he kind of navigates his way to the front of the wagon, and kind of pushes the driver out of the way, and kind of snaps the reins a bit to make the mount move a little faster. The other guy's like, "Wait, holy shit!" As he starts to kind of pick up speed towards this hill. A little bit longer, you guys eventually
Might
find.
though, right?
Go ahead. Huh?
He said might though.
Might though?
Did he say this might be it?
Oh yeah. He's not giving off the impression that he's like fully confident. This man has the enthusiasm of a child that's like, the stories are true.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Minerva would kind of like tap his shoulder. Can I please take a look at the paper?
Yes, of course. I have to focus. We're about there. Hands you the kind of offhandedly almost hands you the map.
Can I read it?
Huh?
I read it?
Yeah, you can totally read it. It's a map. You do see a kind of very faded. It's a no history checker needed for this at all. You're holding this. This
Okay.
map is old.
Cool.
It's not like this isn't a map that some crazy old turtle like wrote in a hallucination. He kind of he even instead of giving you just the map, he also happened to be also holding on to like a couple of like old like advertisements and shit like underneath like with the map as well. I kind of like cycling through them just as he's like looking through things. All of these papers come from roughly the same time. And just with what you guys have been kind of taking into account, like the direction you guys have been going, obviously Umu sounds a little crazy, but within that craziness is a you don't think he's wrong, but you're kind of the same situation as him. You're like, this seems right. This might be the mountain. And it's not like
Maybe.
it's yeah. It's not like it's a mountain that's amongst a bunch of different mountains. This is kind of a isolated, like really big hill. Like it's just big enough to be a mountain. But if you compared it to other mountains, it's a hill. But anybody who is like kind of looking forward after like it starts to kind of pick up speed, go ahead and give me a perception check. Primarily anybody who'd be like up front, or is kind of like at this point jogging next to the front. If you could see the mountain, go ahead and give me a perception. Okay.
Mm,
How close are we to the front, boss?
Hey, did you guys take the middle, or did you guys decide to kind
We're
of?
kind of like in the middle, but I am definitely like facing out the back of the like sitting on the back
Yeah.
of the caravan. So I'm not currently looking the direction we're headed, so I wouldn't see
Yeah.
it. But if you're walking
Mhm.
beside Dirt, you would.
Yeah, Dirt, you probably would.
Reception.
If you're posting up in the middle, these are
My
fantastic
rolls
rolls.
are accurate to my name right now.
I love these rolls.
So was
With
mine.
a
Okay.
with a 14, you think you see a cave.
Hmm.
You can kind of like, if you blink, it's almost like it goes away for a second because it's just far enough to wait till like it's a little blurry. A little bit of the sand and stuff kind of kicking up, kind of obscuring your vision just a bit, especially as the caravan has kind of picked up speed, much to the frustration of the people that are not in the wagons. And yeah, you can't confirm whether or not it's a cave, but it is something that's not part of the mountain, or like it is, but it's not just smooth stone. However,
Goody, fantastic.
yep, that's it. Jogging, running, however you wanna go about it. A couple more hours pass again, much to the despair of the rest of the caravan. You guys actually do make it to the mountain. And you're able to confirm it is a cave. It's honestly a fairly good sized cave. Big enough for the whole caravan to kind of walk straight in. And there is a little sign kind of toppled over that has only 2 words on it. And it says, "To beacon." You don't know what that is. But it is a sign posted outside of this cave entrance. And upon seeing that, Umu goes, "Wait." And he looks over at you, Minerva, and he goes, could I see the papers again, please?
Oh, yes, of course. She'll hand them back.
Yeah, he starts to kind of rifle through it. He goes, there. And he kind of shows it to you, and he goes, "Yes, this says at the town of Beacon. I think this is the right place. I think we found it. Only one way to confirm." And without consulting anyone else, he just goes, "Yeah." And
Well, we're just going in like that. Okay.
yeah, Caravan, not nearly as fast, but kind of slowly goes in. You just hear a bunch of people's like, "Really? Can't we like wait for like maybe a couple seconds?" You know, Bill over there passed out from heat stroke like 5 miles ago. We had to load him up into the wagon. Just hear faintly, "I'm fine. I gave you water." You guys notice it's really, really lush here? Oh God, Bill's fading. But still, onwards into the dark you go.
Into the dark we go.
Into the dark you go.
We gotta go.
Into the dark.
Darkness. All right.
Imprisoning me.
Yeah, so Scott.
Oh shit.
So you guys start to kind of go through this tunnel. It's bumpy, but for a cave, it doesn't feel nearly as rough as a cave should be. It kind of feels like you aren't the first by a long shot. You weren't the first caravan to come into this cave. Kind of a little bit of time goes by. It's very dark. Some people of the caravan have like lit up torches kind of on the side. Those with dark vision, obviously, you can see, but after a while, it still terminates into darkness.
I feel right at home.
And a little bit more time goes by, probably maybe 15, 20 minutes of just a gentle like kind of walk. It is very cool in here. The moment you crossed over that like little threshold into the cave, the heat gone. Not enough to give you like some sort of shock, but it's comfortable in here. A lot of people are like starting to like breathe sighs of relief. One person's trying to encourage the guy who passed out from heat stroke to not go into the light. And eventually the bumpiness ceases. And the walls and the floor and the ceiling kind of start to flatten. And any of you who would look kind of just around instead of just straight forward, you'd notice what is surrounding you isn't natural stone anymore. It's like old masonry. Still very, very clean, still very much intact. And none of it's like collapsed or any of that. A little bit longer, and you hear Umu go, "Let's stop here. I think we found it." grabs a torch off of one of the other caravan guards, kind of walks out into the dark. You guys with who have the ability to see, you start to see the remnants of what look to be tents inside. You see these large pillars, and what we're going to do is we're going to remove. Scratch.
It's like a lottery ticket.
Yeah, right. I don't have a bigger thing to. Oh yeah, I do.
Wait,
There we
I
go.
was like, it doesn't give you a bigger one? Goddamn.
I forgot. Don't worry about it. So yeah, you guys start to see. You guys are now in this like kind of. It starts to open up into a bit of a chamber. A bunch of old, tattered tents and destroyed campfires, toppled over. And Exhibit 1, right here.
Campfire.
Yep, the brazier.
Broken.
Right over there. Oh my god, it's like a swarm of fireflies, just
Fireball.
Big scratch mark.
Scratch marks.
yeah, scratch marks. What's
Scratch
over there?
marks.
Oh god.
Yeah, hold on. What is the scratch
God,
mark?
was this you?
Don't worry about it.
Those are a
Voss
little
looks
big
off
to
into the
say, don't worry
distance.
about it, sir.
So yeah, you guys start. Umu starts to kind of light up like any braziers that he can come across, and the further in you guys go, let me. Well, before I say that, who all is wanting to like just push forward with Umu? Like he's kind of walking, like he's gotten out of the caravan at this point, and is just kind of slowly lighting, like the old braziers that do still catch, kind of start producing like a rich orange light throughout this like tunnel section.
Varaxis probably would, just because if anything happens to him, he doesn't get paid.
There's fair.
Esteban's definitely going.
Yeah.
Digit
I'm saying
has
Dirt's
slipped away
following.
from Cobb.
It slinked away. Oh, thank God.
He turned to look at something and he went whoosh. He's gone.
Do we have a token for our turtle man we can follow around?
Let's see. Probably. If I search
Just
up
so you can
turtle, here we go.
Lead the way.
Turtle.
If you click on him, I believe you can. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Yeah.
Did he come from this
Umu.
direction or this direction?
So you guys have come from this direction.
Okay.
So the caravan is making your way. Oh my god! If I'm in point mode, I can't actually move the map.
No.
But yeah, your guys are basically this is the direction you guys are going. So you came from this area.
Small thing to note: Dirt hasn't had his shield taken off the entire time. Like he has a shield on one arm since he's been introduced.
yeah, but yeah, Umu is just slowly light walking
Light.
all the way over to this one. It may be destroyed, but he's like, there's still coals. Light.
It's doing
Ever
this.
so slowly.
Uh,
And yeah, like however long it fucking takes for this turtle to go around lighting braziers, what I am going to do is I'm going to reveal the rest, because eventually you guys will start to kind of push in. So in that case, then I'm just going to click this button. A poof.
It's a lot of
Right.
scratches.
And yeah, so
that's a lot
as
of
you can
scratches.
see, what you see is not just like destroyed tents. Yes, they're scratches, but they're not actually scratches. I only have so many assets.
Fair.
But most of these are it's pretty apparent pretty quickly that these tents and like this wagon, they're destroyed not from action, but from decay. Most of the stuff is like almost completely rotted through, or just completely in disrepair. Any of the stuff in here is completely unusable. You've got a table here that has just like a couple, like I don't have it on here, but it's like a couple like torn pieces of paper, kind of looks a bit like a counter for things coming this direction. However, outside of all of these tents, at this point, Umu has like lit up the rest of the
He's zooming.
braziers. Yeah, he's like, hell yeah, adventure.
He's
let's
on it
fucking
now.
go!"
Yeah.
Like a Beyblade on a shell, just lighting everything up.
Yeah. So he lights up everything. The most prominent thing in this chamber, well, it's two things. To the north is a massive door. Towering a good 100, 200 feet up into the air. Many feet long. And it is made of a extremely solid rock. And you can't even see like a noticeable seam or anything. It just looks like a sealed like gate. In let's see.
Any notable like carvings, writings?
So actually, go ahead and those who are looking around, go ahead and give me a an investigation check.
Oh no.
Kind of start to kind of look around.
Can I give someone the help action instead?
If that's what you would like to do.
Wow.
Esteban.
Investigate.
What were the conditions for
I
my
have a
investigation
+4.
again?
I'm not sure.
You have a
Man.
+4? I mean, if you're with
I do.
Esteban and Dirt, I can give it to you too.
I mean, Minerva's like actively like, yeah, up in there.
Well,
Then yeah. Well, I can help
Um,
Minerva if your scores are a bit
Okay.
low on that.
It is to look for items, so I do not
Yeah.
have the...
no, I would say for this
That's just a
particular
secret. I don't
instance,
know
I
if he wants
think
to
unless
roll
it
with
states
advantage.
otherwise, you should be able to do that with advantage because of your squirrel nature.
Okay.
Because you're looking for items, is what you're looking for essentially right now. I'm assuming.
Oh,
23.
All right, there it is.
mine
So
is lagging.
yes, we got 6, 14, and a 23,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
and 11.
Did you roll
I
that
think
with
that was with the
advantage?
advantage. Yeah,
that
The
was
14 was
and
the
the
first
other
one.
one's 11.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I yank
So-
my dice.
Digit, you're a little bit closer to the ground.
Wow.
Yep. You're kind of looking through stuff. You find inside this tent right here is a piece of paper.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Question: can you read Common?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure with you writing in runes.
Yes, I can't read and write in Common, Elvish,
Okay,
and
you
Giant.
just choose to be a little shit. Gotcha.
I'll put it this way. It's not his first language.
Okay, so with your investigation checks, I'll bundle it up with everything else. So, Digit, you notice this especially. Minerva, you're able to get kind of bits of glimpses of it. Digit finds this letter. You find, obviously, there's this gate. There's also this circle and 6 bowls. Around one of the bowls, you see just small specks of blood. Kind of near the base of the bowl. Make sure. Yep. And then this letter digit reads as the following. It's kind of hastily written, pretty crude. It's not like somebody who's well versed in writing is not this person. The paper, just like pretty much everything else that's been that's been related to this caravan, again, old. You're able to kind of make out like everything, with your investigation being the way that it was. I would say you're able to kind of fill in some of the blanks with like bits that are like either like too faded or otherwise a little illegible. The letter reads as the following. Doors closed. Bastards drove us away. Saw a lot of our guys get killed as the doors closed, so we stayed out. Tried to open the door back up, but one of our guys died trying to do it. Ain't worth the trouble. We're leaving. If you're reading this and you ain't one of us, don't even bother. There's only death behind that door.
So I like read that because I'll say Minerva because she's the closest.
Mm.
And then whoever else is close enough to hear.
That's not alarming at all.
He just like looks at the door and then at the bowls and then back to the paper. I'm not sure what they would have found in there. Are there signs of any fighting that would have happened here?
No fighting here.
Yeah.
While it looks like a lot of this stuff, like on the map, looks like it's like been destroyed, like via action. This whole area, just it's abandoned. Whoever wrote this letter probably just said, "We're cutting our losses. We're getting the fuck out of here." And they're like, "The tents aren't worth it. The wagon ain't worth it. We're leaving." So they just left everything as is, and just over time, if that, oh, thank you for mentioning it. As a matter of fact, just like how Umu was saying, what probably happened is, if it's true that that this expeditionary force like went to do this thing like 100+ years ago. If that's how old this stuff is, it's honestly a small miracle that this stuff is not fully disintegrated. The only saving grace is the fact that it's been inside, essentially. So it's decayed a little slower. Dirt. When you guys showed up to this chamber, not a flashback, but like a tiny thing just at the back of your head. You weren't surprised when you saw all of this. You're surprised in the way you're surprised at the fact that you're not surprised. Because it feels weirdly familiar. You can't quite put your finger on it. But you feel like this isn't the first time you've seen this door, this chamber. In fact, the only thing that you necessarily remember at the very beginning of your memory uh, is you waking up outside of a cave.
Huh. Huh. I think. Does Dirt remember exactly when he was found? Like that? Does he have that memory of Esteban
Um,
finding him?
Well, that depends. Esteban and Dirt, do you guys have kind of like a rough idea? How long have you guys been together?
I don't know if we said definitively, but I would imagine it's probably been within the last like year or two, maybe.
Hmm. Um, Dirt. Esteban didn't find you here. You kind of probably wandered a bit before you kind of stumbled across each other. So your memory doesn't go back very far at all. Only goes back like a couple to a few years. So you know that obviously you're not like that young, but you know that there is a lot of your memory that ain't there.
So he would have
Damn.
knowledge of me finding him though.
He would have
Yeah.
knowledge of, yeah, he would have had knowledge obviously of you and him encountering each other, but you encountered him while we obviously haven't discussed the specifics of it. You didn't encounter him at the cave.
Right.
You encountered
This
him
cave,
somewhere
anyway.
else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like Dirt still has the obviously the memory. If it's anytime after waking up at the cave, Dirt has that memory.
Okay.
Prior to that, it's all blank.
Damn.
Except like innate feelings.
Do I have a feeling towards opening the door at all? Like a bad feeling?
You definitely don't
a
have a fuzzy
curiosity.
feeling. You don't have a fuzzy feeling. All you know, all you can think of is you're just like, and honestly, this is kind of a lot of you are probably coming to the same conclusions. It's kind of a rough feeling. You kind of instinctually kind of know what you need to do. But obviously you're just like, No.
I mean, considering the weird sense of memory, almost like a deja vu, and being told to just try it by Esteban, Dirt's gonna go up to the door.
God. Yeah, so with that, I'm gonna go AFK real quick. So I'll be
Oh,
right
no,
back.
that don't bode well.
No, it's not for that. I just gotta go to the bathroom as well. So let's just take a quick break before we continue that. I'll be back in just a second. AFK. Go back.
Yippee!
We're
Chaos
gonna
and
die.
destruction.
I got to press the button.
And then everybody died. The end.
Wow.
Adventure's over, everybody.
Well, see you guys next time.
He put a big red button in front of us. Like
What
one of
was
us
he
had to press it.
expecting?
One of us has to press it, right?
If it wasn't gonna be you, it was gonna be me. It just felt easier to have you do it though, you know?
At the very least, if it's trapped, I'm resistant to poisons and diseases, I believe. Hold on.
Exactly. And I'm not. So there we go. This is why you make the robot do everything. You don't mind, it's fine.
Sorry. I'm resistant to poison and immune to disease. So
That seems silly, by the way.
what,
don't
the
have-
not immunity to poison?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you don't have an immune system that could be compromised by poison.
Yeah. But hey, I'm also immune to magical sleep, so if there's this weird puff cloud of magic sleep powder, I'll be fine. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'll be fine.
Oh, nope. I have no defenses of any kind.
I have
And
saving
this is
throws against
why
spells.
I also don't have dark vision,
well,
so
that's good at least. Oh,
less good. Less
you
good.
know,
Let
well,
me.
I'm carrying a
Huh.
torch. I got my torch in one hand and shield on the other arm, so
I have prestidigitation.
yeah.
I
I
have a
can
little bag of sand
instantaneously light things. Oh,
You have pocket sand, sir?
and a bunch of ball bearings.
You have pocket sand and ball bearings.
Listen.
You're a menace.
so I have a lantern.
Oh yeah, I have a lantern in here, guys. It's fine.
Also, at some
I have
point,
a
I need to
bullseye lantern.
talk to Digit about maybe some upgrades.
Oh, for sure.
He seems to know what he's doing with that prosthetic eye there. That's another thing that's like weird to me about Warforged. How the fuck you make something for war and have it not have night vision or dark vision rather?
War's only for the daytime. It's Mimi times in the night.
Sure, sure. We'll ignore all tactical advantages of attacking during the dark.
Mimi.
Warforged don't need sleep. That's the perfect time for them to attack.
We find what we need.
And
I also have a little candle on me. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it yet, but it's there. And a tiny knife. For tiny knife necessities.
Oh, this is annoying. Um, sorry. I realized that I have a feature as an archaeologist. Is when you enter a ruin or dungeon, you can correctly ascend,
certain.
Ascertain.
Hello,
Yeah.
I'm back.
its its original purpose and determine its builders.
You menace. Please look at your abilities.
I'm sorry. I was looking through the description of things. I'm
Oh no,
sorry.
what happened? What'd I miss?
Realize I have this cool little
Power of
feature
friendship.
called historical knowledge.
Our archaeologists remembered they're an archaeologist.
That's a background trait, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Hey, it's okay. You should have heard Veek when he wait. Your background gives you a feat? And I'm like, oh god. I forget this
Yeah.
stuff all the time.
Look, I'm usually a little bitch ass assassin. So when I get into other things, I'm like, oh, hold on.
What do I do? What do I do?
Oh, I have to
That's why I
remember
like
I have
playing new shit almost every time.
telepathy.
You do?
Anyone in 30 feet, I can send little messages to.
Is that like an at will too?
Yes. And as long as you can
God.
understand at least one language, yes.
Nice.
And it can be to
okay, I know what one
anything.
that is. Yeah, but you can't.
It's quite
They can't talk over
literally
you,
just
correct?
limited telepathy.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Dad, you're back.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I have
Hey, I
returned.
realized something really cute and funny about my character.
Oh.
Here you go, I'll just copy and paste it in there.
Oh, I'm very short.
That's why we make a good pair. I'm 9 foot something.
You're how tall?
When I said I was
Well,
nearly 10 feet, I meant it.
I'll go.
God
Well, let's
damn.
go with Dirt first because Dirt was touching the door. Dirt, you go to touch the door,
Yeah.
and nothing happens. It's stone. You don't even feel like a pang of like familiarity from that. You just nothing's
Did it work,
changed.
buddy?
You just
I mean, it's a
A
big
giant
stone
ball
door.
from
I'm not
Indiana
exactly sure
Jones.
how to open it.
Big door.
I don't know. I
Um,
just thought you were gonna like hit it or something. Find a button or
Did-
something.
Digit chimes in. Did you push on it?
I'm a little afraid to. It's a big door. We're in a cave. Collapses happen.
Yeah, let's
Should I
not.
just push
Look,
on it?
no, don't. Not yet. Let's do that
Not
yet.
yet. Last case scenario.
There's some blood over here.
Protecting architecture.
All right, so let's work our way. Let's work our way from the bottom up with that feature.
Oh, so push on the bottom first.
Oh my fucking god!
You're saying kick the bottom of the door?
Not quite.
Got it.
You kick it, nothing happens. You hurt your throat. Take 1d4. No, so
It's just dented now.
yeah, Minerva, just looking around, you definitely don't see any art objects for sure. This is a camp, first and foremost, and also last.
Oh, cool.
So no art. Going off of honestly, off of your history check from earlier, you know that the stonework and kind of just the general like workings of some of this is netherese. Looking at some of the stonework, like the walls and stuff, it's weirdly clean for being in the dark in a like essentially a dusty cave for God knows how long. So you know that it's netherese. The going off of like original purpose, the purpose of this chamber is to house it's an entrance. While it wouldn't give you necessarily exactly like all of the inner mechanisms of the room based off of that feature, even without that feature, you guys kind of know some sacrifices are gonna have to be made. Not fatal, but it ain't money you're putting in those bowls.
Yeah, the blood I think is what's giving that one away.
Pretty big tell. Pretty big tell. Yeah. So you know that obviously that the end of what I'll give you for that feature is the symbol in the middle of the room. The bowls are tied to the door. Going off of what Digit read, it seems like for a while, no matter what people were doing, the door wasn't opening.
Oh,
And judging by the fact that they mentioned that the door was closed means it was open at one point. But it has since closed.
Vito Bambino.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I think whenever I would kind of relay that kind of information back to the group, uh,
Oh God.
the demonic spell. Um,
So I open the door.
And you try to open the door, and through physical strength alone, I don't care if you rolled 7 nat 20s in a row, I will save you the heartache. It will not work.
It's not his fault. He's stuck in a logic loop.
So I open the door. No.
For
Dream
God's
like
sake!
tall friend, you're not going to open that door like that. Clearly.
I
So
don't know, buddy. You can hit it
open
one more
the-
time.
I open the door again. A try.
You got it, buddy.
I got
you
a
got
nat
it.
20. What do I get?
Digit chuckles and yells out, "Do you want some help?"
Takes out a
This
little
door
floor
doesn't
jack.
have a handle.
Super tiny floor jack. I can help, I swear.
With my -1 strength.
Yep. Oh, I would give you advantage for using a little floor jack if you had a floor jack.
I'm
But
an
again,
artificer.
nat
I
20
can make one.
a nat 20 would
Is there
still
a
not get you.
button?
Nope.
A switch? A lever?
Nope.
He'll look back like
Please.
the most disappointed, be like,
Anything
anybody know
except
magic?
the circle.
If anybody knows magic, help.
So sad. I can't brute force it. No, man.
DM question.
What's up?
Would identify
Hmm?
would identify do anything?
What's the language of identifying?
uh, you choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it's a magic item or some other magic imbued item, you learn its properties, how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell it created. If you touch a creature, well, this is a creature. If you touch a creature throughout the casting of the
Maybe.
spell, you learn what spells.
I mean, you're welcome to
You
cast
know
it.
what's cute? Yeah, you know what's even cuter is that I can ritual cast it, so I don't have to burn a spell slot.
Be my guest. right.
Yippee!
You start ritual casting identify. Um, Well, your your instinct was correct. You gotta put blood in the bowl.
Sorry. There we go. My bad.
All of the bowls have got to be filled.
Oh god.
No, when you say
my
filled.
How big are these bowls? I am a small creature.
Well, let's say it would probably kill Digit.
Yeah, I know.
Can I borrow some blood from my bowl?
That is the most fucked up sentence. Can I borrow
I was
you
thinking
Fleshbag's
about
blood,
that.
please?
Like, I had the thought, like, do Warforged have blood? Wait a minute.
I think oil would be their blood.
But yeah, you know
That's
that
fucking awesome.
that the bowls are the catalyst. You know that you could spend a long time trying to open that door.
That's gonna be the
But if
blood.
it ain't the bowls, if it ain't the
God
bowls,
damn
If it ain't blood in the bowl.
it gotta be the bowls.
Cool.
So this was a nice adventure.
So, hate to burst any fun bubble. The only way to open the door, is blood in the bowls.
You see,
Digit, like, hanging off the rim of a bowl, looking inside, looks over and asks, "How much?"
the moment you say that, you see just a tiny little spike comes out of the bowl.
Oh.
Oh.
Yum.
little tiny spike. It doesn't go all the way up to the rim of the bowl.
So,
So
Digit's
it's still
visibly like his fur is poofed out right now.
oh yeah. You know that if you tried to do that, you would probably perish. You are an awakened squirrel, which means you have an awakened squirrel's amount of blood.
Yep. I'm an abnormally large one.
Even
but not very
even if you're
big.
an abnormally large one. That's what really caused the patrons of the tavern to go, "Jeez, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
Some super squirrel with a fucking gun. They're like,
In
nope,
full adventuring gear too.
Yep. I'm ready for adventure.
Was not ready for that.
So
Yeah.
No runners, bang.
Yeah, fucking upon hearing like, all the random all the chatter
and
about the
400
bowls.
people.
Oh, Uma goes, "Oh, is that all?" He just walks over to a bowl. No hesitation.
Oh god.
Oh God.
Plunges his hand on his spine.
God.
Oh no.
Digit is
And
100% like
he doesn't
squeezed
even-
out right now.
He doesn't even look like he's like it's not he just goes like, "Oh, cool, if this will get us moving, like cool. I want to open the door." Stab. He doesn't look too
Wow.
bothered by the pain. He like flinches for a second. But you guys see the bowl kind of lights up. And the it starts to fill, obviously, with turtle blood. But it doesn't fill to like the very top of the bowl. Fills to probably about the middle of it. It's like probably whatever amount of blood you're giving is not gonna kill you if you're not a squirrel.
No.
So Dirt looks over to Esteban. Should I try it?
Oh, I don't know if that's gonna work, buddy.
You can estimate it's about a pint of blood.
Because like I don't know if it's the blood or the gesture. I don't know how rituals work.
I don't know how rituals work. Why would I know?
I don't know. You're the one with blood. I thought you'd know more about stuff that involves blood.
We don't normally give blood
meatbag?
for things.
You're a meatbag. What do we do?
Look,
Dirt's
the
gonna
shop we
reach
ran
inside
was
and see-
shitty. Okay, but did you ever see anyone
You gotta-
exchange blood? No.
You gotta plunge your hand on this. Are you plunging your hand on the spike?
Dirt's gonna try.
The moment you go to do that, the bowl reacts. The spike retracts.
Oh. Huh.
He's gonna like stop, stare at the bowl,
Yeah,
look
you
at
looked-
Esteban and be
you-
like, I think I was rejected by a
You-
bowl.
You. Yeah,
Did it-
you
did
lift
it
your hand
work,
up,
or-
the spike comes back up.
Wow. Okay.
This can be
huh.
repeated over and over again.
Literally
It's like a game of
doesn't
whack-a-mole.
want me to touch it.
Well, with any luck, it won't want to touch me either. Esteban lowers his hand into the bowl.
Yeah, it. Yeah, I got you. Fuck.
Shit!
Yeah, you get
Huh.
stabbed.
Damn, now
in
we're
fact,
demonetized.
Actually, while Umu was like, about as enthusiastic as a turtle can be, you go to like kind of hesitantly go to like kind of put your hand like above the like spike. The moment the spike touches your hand, extends
Wow.
through your hand. Go ahead and give me a con
Oh
save.
god, my hands reacted to that one.
Oh.
Yeah. No one
Like,
saw that,
right
but
in the palm. Right in the palm.
Oh yeah, right in the palm.
Oh.
Con save, you said?
Ouchie.
Yep.
Oh, that tracks.
Nice. Yep, that definitely tracks. Cool. So you are going to take. I'm gonna have to figure out a better way for me to roll instead of going to people's character sheets and just rolling from them. You will take 1d6 damage. Luckily, you only take 1 damage.
Whew.
So yeah, you kind of accept your fate at this point. You feel a little woozy, but not like I'm going to pass out any second now. Granted, with that con save, you're feeling like you might pass out not from the fact that you lost that blood, but for the fact that you're just seeing this amount of blood in a bowl.
Oh, God.
It's just a
this is why they
little
put
like
it on the inside. I'm not supposed to see this. God damn.
yeah. Eventually, oh yeah, that's the other thing. You know that the amount that you're seeing in the bowl is not proportionate to the action that you took. You know it was taken, and you know that the moment you put your hand on it, you could feel it like kind of draining you. Like a fucked up vacuum almost.
Oh, God.
It got what it wanted, and yeah, a second bowl is filled.
All right, well, someone
The
else go.
required
Don't make
amounts.
me look fucking crazy here.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah, you
Yes,
do go to lift your hand back up. And while it doesn't like fully heal, the wound does close. But there is now a small scar on the inside and outside of your hand where the spike went.
Son of a bitch.
You also know that what you did felt more than just you giving your blood over to a bull to open a door. You feel like there was some sort of mark. Can't quite tell what it is. But you know something has happened to you.
That's horrifying.
Anyways, who's next?
I will stab at myself, I suppose.
Okay. Varaxis, you kind of do the same thing. You this is probably the first time you've ever felt like any sort of thing like as directly as you could from Tiamat. You do that, and to everybody else, you see Varaxis about fucking like pass out. Because Varaxis, you have never felt this rage before.
Oh.
You feel angry, and but not. You don't feel angry. You just feel like there's something very angry watching you.
Oh,
Um,
been there, buddy.
as you kind of slowly start kind of getting everything filled up, you feel the same thing as Esteban. You feel like you've been marked, and it seems like Tiamat isn't the most thrilled about it.
Something else has claimed Tiamat's toy.
Kind of.
There's not going to be another voice in my head that actually speaks to me now, is there?
No, but you also definitely don't. You feel like your connection to Tiamat is a little weaker than before, despite that reaction. You feel like you've probably kind of set into effect a chain of events that will probably end up cutting you off.
You know, you could just tell me what I did.
Not to a kobold. You do also, though, kind of in the same moment, you do feel like you're getting closer to something else. It's not Tiamat, but what you're feeling a stronger connection to, kind of faintly right now, but it's weirdly peaceful in a way. Like you probably felt like fairly fearful and like not necessarily the most comfortable in your own skin around like anytime you've tried to channel Tiamat through you or commune. This feels peaceful in like a I've passed with no regrets type of feeling. It's not an unpleasant feeling at all. So enjoy that.
I don't know what that is, but that's nice.
It's
Enjoy that thought.
enjoy that thought. Anyways, so you're able to get your bowl filled. So we got 3 of 6. Little bit of time goes past, like everybody else is kind of just like, what is happening in here? Cobb kind of moves in to like kind of start poking around, takes an especially like big interest in the circle in the center. See if I can't find.
You were gonna say digit again. I'm like, no,
please,
please.
get the fuck away from me.
So he
wow, that's
grabs the
surprising.
squirrel.
Oh,
Like a tail.
God. You hear a click from the gun.
We'll do that. It's not his actual
And
form,
the
but you know.
fireball comes out.
So that's Cobb for now. Yeah, so you see Cobb kind of comes in and he starts kind of poking around at the circle, and he goes, "I might be able to channel this if we can get everything together. What else is needed?"
Blood.
Oh,
And these 3 bowls over here.
he
I
looks
tried
over.
to do it. It didn't like me.
He looks over at you and goes, "Well, if it's looking for blood, of course you're not going to have any."
Yeah, but I didn't expect it to literally hide from me.
Well, think about it. If you try to put your metal hand on a spike, you might bend the spike.
I wasn't gonna slam it down. I just wanted to see if it could poke me.
I
It
don't
had no
know
problem.
exactly what the ball wants, alright? Like,
The bull
I
wants
don't-
blood.
I think it wants blood.
of course it wants blood. I can't. Why am I defending a spike?
Listen, I just wanted to see what it did.
Hey, fucking Cobb goes over. He's like, "Umu, did you already do it?" And was just like, "Yes, of course I did. I was the first one." Cobb just like not like enthusiastically, but he's like, fuck it, shoves his hand onto a spike.
Okay, everyone's just doing it, huh?
Holy shit.
I can
Watch
do
this.
another
Watch
one,
this.
see?
See, it hides from my hand.
Tracks.
Gidget, having seen Varaxis do his, was like, well, he's roughly my size. This is strange. They don't have this up north. And he like kind of hovers his hand over the bowl.
you get a big sense of foreboding. like you probably shouldn't be the one to do it. It sits there. The spike's there. If you put your hand near it, even like in the same zip code as it, it doesn't retract like dirt.
The
But
lenses,
you know,
so the
Heavily
lenses in
rejected by
his,
this.
the lenses in his prosthetic are like kind of like rotating and clicking as he like focuses in and out on the spike, and then he stares at where his other finger was, and then he promptly gets off the pole.
nope.
He announces, I don't think I'm coming out of the bowl if I do this.
See, Cobb kind of looks down at basically towards the rest of the caravan, and he kind of looks around. He looks at you, Minerva, and he's like, "Do we need 2 or 1?"
To be honest, no.
Hey,
Something
two
couldn't be
titties.
right about this. Oh,
It's like, is it you or is it someone else? Let me see. Kind of shouts down the tunnel. He goes, Vyrok, come down here. Hey, where's Bill? Bill should be fine.
oh.
See Bill, the guy who had a heat stroke.
Oh,
He's like,
Now I feel like I have to
what's
cast
going
good
on?
variant for this poor man.
What's happening? Cobb's like, all right. You see that bowl over there? Yeah. Stab your hand on the spike in there. It'll probably open the door. The rest of us have done it. He's like, it won't kill me, will it? Doesn't look like it's killed the rest of us, have it? He's like, no. Meanders over to this bowl. And he goes, all right, so he just holds his hand over the spike and just goes, shink. He's like, oh my God. He's like, son of a bitch. You didn't tell me it would hurt this much. Well, it's a spike going through your hand. Of course it's gotta hurt. He's like, I want a plat from this. Uma goes, we don't have that much. Give you a couple gold, I suppose.
Are we gonna make you? That's gonna make you feel better, really?
He just looks at you whenever he goes, I mean, yeah, money's good. I mean, if it ain't gonna kill me, if all it does is hurt, like, fuck, it hurts though. Eventually
Whatever floats your boat.
he's done. He's like, I'm just gonna sit down just for a little bit. He just sits down. He starts to close his eyes, and one of the other guards, the guard that was with him earlier, he's like, no, don't do that. You'll fucking die. So yeah, he's keeping him awake and and not dying. Bill will probably be okay.
Probably.
The last person to show up is the Goliath. Kind of walks over to where Minerva is, goes to that last bowl. Looks over at like Umu and looks over at what happened to Bill. And just goes, Spike, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he's just like,
Yep.
he's much bigger, so like the amount of blood that he's probably gonna lose is not very substantial. Stab. Same deal. With the sixth person, Bob kind of instinctually, he's like, right, so I don't need to be right here. I'll walk over. He kind of just, he's like, excuse me. Goes to the center of the, the circle. He starts kind of tracing his hand around the circle. And you hear,
Ooga chaka, ooga chaka.
and you kind of just hear him go, oh,
Another Spike.
stab. Oh, we
even
only
bigger
needed
Spike.
one ball. No. Yeah, he
Oh,
goes,
room is a bowl if you think of it that way.
oh Jesus. Yeah, and he just goes,
I've never been more
Oh.
glad the spikes avoid me.
I know how. It's like, oh, this is straightforward. Didn't expect it to be this easy. It's a little unnerving, actually. Any random magic user could probably turn this on with enough sacrifices. Seems a little strange. Alright. And he just starts like kind of tracing like the magic like sigil that's already engraved in the ground. And the gate starts to shake. Dirt, you're really close to it.
I didn't do it.
The entire
Acquired.
yeah, the entire like chamber
Open
is like
sesame.
shaking. Dirt, where you are, if it wasn't for the fact that you were so large, you would probably have gotten knocked over. Like the tremors coming from this gate.
Almost
Or-
10 feet tall and like just under 400 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah. So the gate continues to like just rumble and like you could just hear like everything kind of start to like unsettle, you know? Rubble's kind of falling away, like stuff that's like kind of accumulated and any moving part that would exist on this gate. And runes, like sigils, start to light up in the archway. The door kind of starts to light up. Where everybody is standing at the bowls, the new sigils start to open up around the like start to draw themselves automatically around the bowls. And the moment those sigils around the bowls are complete, lines start to shoot out towards this central magic circle. Not towards Cobb, but towards the actual circle itself. Cobb starts to kind of continue to trace the sigil. No words or anything, but he also seems like he's very much like focusing pretty hard. Eventually, you kind of see it looks like he finishes, and a single line fires out to the door. Now, what we will do is, because I have this version prepared.
Welcome to the visual representation of life.
Now, let's get everybody's tokens back in.
Yeah, I lost my
I
token.
can't see. I can't see.
I can't see.
Dang,
I'm blind.
I'm blind.
The balls took my sight.
Oh, Haley, I almost did the lines perfect.
So yeah, the door begins to light up, and where you thought there wasn't a seam,
Dear God.
the door begins to open into two doors, like side to side. A seam opens up straight down the middle, and it starts to open.
So you're telling me I didn't push hard enough? Fuck.
The moment the door starts to open, the rest of you, it's not dark in this chamber. Like, the braziers have been lit. But this is, like, initially blinding. It's like somebody just, like, opened up the blinds, like, in your bedroom, like, in midday. Just ridiculous amounts of, like, sunlight and just extremely bright light, as the door continues to open. Takes a bit, it's pretty slow. Extremely loud. Just the sounds of grating stone and just magic, like, humming from just everything occurring. Eventually the gate fully opens, and you can't see super well because there is a it encompasses the entirety of the gate, like, opening. What stands there is a golden barrier. It kind of gently hums.
Give it another door.
It kind of, gently hums with just a little bit of energy. And the door is fully open. You can kind of look a little bit, actually, whoever's looking through the barrier, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Roger.
It's been going great.
Yeah, right.
Still going great.
This is going fantastic.
I'm glad someone's rolling good because it ain't me.
Awesome.
Thanks.
What's
It's
your
the not
perception?
organic
Man,
guy.
the amount of 11s and 10s I have seen this session.
I'm like,
I'll be
maybe if I
real,
roll on my
I was
phone,
supposed
maybe
to be good
nope.
at this shit.
Okay. Digits is good enough.
My dice haven't rolled me above an 11.
Might be time to
I
change.
have a
dice.
+5 every time I've rolled.
God.
I've already gone through 2
Um,
sets of dice. So I'll change them again.
They're upset that you keep cheating on them. They're like, why? I'm not good
Like-
enough for you.
Digit is like the glowing door and everything has him so enraptured.
Oh, yeah.
Like he is all focused, like hyper fixated on this door now.
Yeah. Well, you can't obviously see, like, fully clearly through it. What strikes you immediately as very odd, you should not be on the other side of the mountain. Also, was the mountain really this big? You're looking through the barrier, and while you can't fully make out what you're seeing, you can tell pretty quickly what's shining through that doorway is not the barrier's light. It's sunlight. Somehow, on the other side of that barrier is outside.
Yeah, Digit walks up and touches the barrier.
You touch the barrier, your fur stands on end immediately. Because for a split second, you feel your hand partially go through the barrier. The barrier is not solid. But Digit, you know your instincts like scream. If you go through that doorway, you probably won't come back out.
Can I read any of the runes that are around the door?
Go ahead and give me a history check. It's going to be a pretty high DC. Not impossible, but with an 8, not good enough.
I'm not the archaeologist here.
It's not giant.
Can I read through it?
For you, go ahead and give me
Let's say, has it been pointed out to others? Like, would I be able to make an attempt to?
Dirt, go ahead and give me a history check. Minerva, go ahead and give me a just a straight history check.
Yeah, because Digit's like looking at all this with a very visibly confused expression, kind of muttering like, "These are different. I don't. This isn't right."
Oh wow, look at Dirt go.
Damn, Dirt.
Yo, let's go Dirt.
So I had to change the dice.
My dice are not good.
Unfortunately, it is Dirt. So your history check is going to reveal something different. What your history check is more for in this case is you're trying to kind of like pin what this language might be. You feel it like just right there at the edge of your mind, but you can't pin it. It's familiar, again, just like this chamber, but you can't pin like why it's familiar or where it would be familiar to you. So that's kind of where your history check gives you. Minerva, you know, again, this area is a Netherese like kind of almost contraption. But you don't recognize the runes. You don't recognize the script. In all of the like scholarly articles and journals and research you've done, all of your experience being like an archaeologist, this script has never appeared before. So the only conclusion you could probably come to is that it wasn't just the Netherese that worked on this. It was probably some other like lost civilization or lost people that worked on this as well, and like in conjunction with the Netherese.
Neat. Can I write the runes down and try to like?
I don't have the runes obviously on hand, but yeah, you can transcribe them.
Neato, yes. She'll grab out her little pocketbook and start kind of looking up at the runes and writing them down.
None of my other companions have decided to go into the portal yet.
Actually, with that said, Umu.
Son of a bitch.
Umu, please.
Umu starts to walk up to the barrier, and he goes, "Huh. Interesting." And walks straight through.
God damn it.
Oh,
yeah, you didn't go. Wait, he goes in after him.
Oh man, Digit, you walk through. You've realized. Oh fuck.
Yeah, my concentration was broken for a half second, and it's.
Oh fuck. You look back. You're on the complete other side of the barrier. Shit.
Yeah, he's skis out as he is. He's like, yeah.
Dirt.
Yeah.
You feel kind of the same feeling, honestly, as Digit in a slightly different way. You
Into the
have
the barrier.
you have an instinct, either like an old forgotten memory, or something. You know that if you walk through that barrier, you may not die, but you will lose something, and you won't be able to get it back.
And yeah, he'd probably hesitate right at the barrier because his goal right now is still Esteban.
Yeah. So, did you go through the barrier, or are you on the other side, or are you still on the
He
chamber
would've-
side?
He would have rushed to the barrier, seeing two people go through it.
Yeah.
But also at that feeling, he probably would have hesitated last second and not gone through.
Okay.
Because again, as long as Esteban is on this side, he's going to stay on this side for now.
Yeah. So, Digit, seeing as how you're the only one on the other side right now, you have a much clearer picture. Which unfortunately for you makes this all the more confusing. You look up, you see sky, but you look to your left and your right, and you see like giant cliff walls. Not like, or I say cliff walls. It's like you're surrounded by mountains, like completely impassable mountains. You're stepping on grass. You see like a big forest to your right. And you
Mission
see
accomplished, touch grass.
you do notice that the more you look straight though, you're like, oh yeah, rolling, grasslands, super sweet. Wait, why is it terminate right there? And you don't quite know why it's terminating right now, unless you decide to just say fuck it and go investigate.
Digit is like, as overwhelmed as he is with like having gone through the barrier, like something feels very, very wrong. And like looking back, he's like looking over and around the gateway. He's not sure quite what's going on.
Yeah.
And he's trying to make sense of this like immeasurable stone wall that is just behind them when where they are is completely impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's the other thing. You're looking around. There's no fucking way this mountain is that big. You are somewhere else. You don't know where. You're somewhere, because it ain't that mountain. Yeah. So you guys see Umu just no hesitation, walk straight through the barrier.
Does he normally do that type of stuff?
Yeah. Cobb just goes, hey. Well, we've never had like this particular thing happen. Scary barriers and large doors and blood sacrifices.
I mean,
This is
just going places without.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Umu, his first and foremost concern is exploration and adventure. And unfortunately,
that means we have to go in there.
That's this. So there's nothing saying you all can't. He looks to honestly the rest of the caravan. He's like, you could turn around and leave. What? Umu's looking around. He's like, well, I can't stop you anymore. If I go back through, I'd rather not find out, honestly. So Cobb just looks around, just like, so there you have it. However, kind of looks around. He goes, if you want payment, I don't know about you, but haven't found this golden city yet. Seems like this might be the best lead. So you all can leave if you want. But he just kind of honestly charges straight through the barrier.
Oh,
No, I guess I'll just go through the barrier.
Yeah.
This is happening. Brax is going
Braxis.
in the hole.
wee.
Praxis. Give me a wisdom save. Just for Axis. Okay. For a split second, you honestly, the moment you charged through that barrier, your blood went even colder than usual. Nobody else can see it, but you felt it. Something tried to keep you on this side of the barrier. On the chamber side of the barrier. Something tried to get you, tried to grab you. To everybody else, he just charged straight through. He like kind of pauses almost for a second, like as he's like going through. Like he gets to the other side, he pauses, like he just dodged something. But Varaxis, you feel a connection, like snap.
Oh.
And you feel kind of ill, honestly. It's as if your legs got taken out from underneath you. You feel like the connection that was getting weaker with Tiamat, has, upon crossing over that barrier, has severed. The last thing you feel as you cross that barrier, is an outrage. A like primordial rage that you've never felt. It's like you could think about it as like you're probably the first kobold in memory to willingly or not to walk away from Tiamat. So you got a feeling that what you just did, again, willingly or not, you have completely severed your connection to Tiamat. And it's a kobold that did it, which is even more insulting to Tiamat. You feel like this is not going to be the last time you're going to have a negative encounter with the Dragon Queen.
Well, that wasn't good. I guess it's time to reach out to that other voice I was feeling in my skull brain.
In my skull brain. Oh, Jesus. You kind of start to try to, like, in a panic a little bit, reach out to whatever that other, like, peaceful feeling was. You feel it's a little stronger now that your connection to Tiamat's not there, but it's not. It might take a bit of time. Kind of trying to establish that like new connection with whatever deity is trying to communicate with you. So you know that you have a connection still with this other deity. You just don't quite know who it is.
Well, bad news. Tiamat is no longer with us.
Bad news to pretty much just me.
Yeah, mostly just me, but just fair warning: if you see the Dragon Queen, Umu, I'm sorry, I'm running.
He's like,
What?
I understand.
I just did a thing apparently, and now she won't talk to me. Well, she didn't talk to me before, but she doesn't talk to me even more now.
Oh. Well, I doubt she would come in person. No offense.
I mean,
Sam, I think if
that
we
may be
see her, there's a
true,
lot
but
bigger problems.
it could be also
Yeah.
that a kobold did just kind of give her the middle finger and walk through a portal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much that's the like a massive insult. It's like these guys are basically my slaves, and one dude just went, "Fuck you, bitch,"
Fuck you.
and then just walked away. You're like,
So at the mouth of the
What?
entrance of the. No, I'm joking.
So whether or not I know it, I mean, whether or not that I basically just told the Dragon Queen as a low level, formerly slave to dragons, to fuck herself.
What could go wrong?
Well, we'll keep an eye out for cultists. They would probably be the ones that they send. But think of it this way. You're probably a bit safer in here. At least from them. They could really only come in one way.
That has yet to be seen.
I suppose. But for now, there's adventure!
Am I even
Gestures.
still able to do paladin stuff anymore?
Mechanically, yeah. You'll be able to do paladin stuff. It ain't gonna
Yeah, you're
be.
connected to a different being now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. You're gonna use your paladin abilities, but it ain't gonna manifest as Tiamat.
That smite felt different.
Yeah, so you are connected to
Everything
this other
reminds me of
deity.
her.
I just don't know who that deity is yet. We're not talking.
Yeah, so yeah, you won't necessarily know exactly how your how the new flavor of your powers will look until you start using them. But right now, yeah, you know that you haven't been completely cut off from all deities. You know that you are connected to one, or one that feels like two, but is one, but is two.
But it's still there.
Yeah, he is
It may be
there, still
there.
there. So and they give you while it's not the warm and fuzzies, they give you better feelings than Tiamat did. So yeah, you enjoy that new development. All right, so yeah, Mumu kind of just nods with like Cobb saying pretty much the same thing to like everybody else. She's like, "You're more than welcome to turn away, but seems fun in here. Be pretty
Yeah,
great."
pissed off the Dragon Queen.
You did.
I'm just gonna point at him. You hired me.
Well,
We'll
Just
cross
gonna
that
take a
bridge
few
if we get
steps
to
this
it.
way.
Alright.
as a druid,
Hmm.
being connected with the land, listen
Yeah.
to the land. Like, am I getting any funky signals here?
Okay, signals from the land on the chamber side of the barrier.
Sure, yeah, just like
You don't feel
Mother
any
Nature
nature,
coming out here.
any
Oh,
nature on the side that you are.
that. Yeah, I mean we're in a
Yeah,
cave, but at the same time, well, for the
yeah.
sake of adventure,
But to say,
pretty
yeah,
much adventure.
you start approaching the barrier,
Adventure.
and again,
Adventure.
the same feeling. You're like, ooh, if I cross over, I'm probably not coming back out. It feels very final.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean that just means we gotta find a way out.
If I
My
can't find an
optimism.
exit, I'll
Yep.
build one.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've got discoveries to bring
Yeah.
back. Like,
Yeah.
gotta
You-
let
I
people know.
said I wanted to find treasures, so I was promised Golden City. I am going in.
All right. All right. So that's everyone in the party. Dirt, I'm assuming you're going with
Yep.
now that Esteban's crossed over. So yeah, you again, same feeling. Dirt, is like, okay, I don't. I'm gonna lose something if I cross back over again. And even when you say again, you're like, huh?
Oh.
What do I mean?
Dirt, what are you talking about?
I don't know.
Are you feeling okay?
I guess I'm following you.
Okay, good enough for me. Let's go.
Glossing over that. Cool. So yeah, slowly, like some more people start going through. Voss drives the carriage. He refuses to leave the wagon. Voss kind of tramples over the circle a little bit, bringing the wagon through. Nothing happens, but you guys do get a little bit nervous.
Dear God.
And he just walks straight, like in the wagon, just drives straight through. And he goes, huh. Anyways,
I look at Minerva and go, "What is wrong with him?"
I mean, that wagon has all our stuff, and he was told to watch the stuff.
But did he feel nothing?
oh no, I felt many things,
That might be
but
more
Like
troubling.
what?
but I mean,
I don't know which one's better.
I'm with Umu. If Umu's over here, I'm the quartermaster. I can't just leave Umu. That would be insulting and betrayal. What's a little barrier?
Okay.
Just a
Well,
I
thinking,
wonder.
but
I mean, the rest of
Curious
us
if
felt a
anyone's
bit of
gonna
our
walk.
souls evaporate, but yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I felt that.
I'm
But
curious if anyone's gonna walk through the barrier and then
I
try
give-
to walk back out.
Voss just goes, I gave my soul over to the depot a long time ago.
For the company.
What does it mean? Jeez. Great asset. Great asset to the company.
It starts playing.
Sold my soul to the company store. Yeah, no, so a couple more people. Hammer goes through. Dirt. You see Hammer go through. His reaction to walking through the barrier is not the same as yours. His reaction is more in line with the others.
They're
Kind of
just very confused and concerned. It was one thing when he was the only Warforged, he could write it off as, okay, maybe it's just different for Warforged. Seeing another one go through, he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he goes like, whoa. That was weird.
Get the twerking going out of here.
All right. he just continues through. But with that little statement from earlier, most people go through. The Goliath stays on this side of on the chamber side, because shortly before he starts to walk through the barrier, you see he kind of hesitates for a second, and he looks at Umu and he goes, "Should I stay here?" Umu kind of looks at him and goes, "Having communication to the outside would probably be very helpful. We may be walking in tracing the shoes of the people who came before us, but it seemed to have worked, at least for a time. So, we should probably begin setting up a supply network. In fact, actually, there's a good little test." He grabs like a javelin that he's got, kind of just tosses it back through the barrier. Nothing happens to the javelin. And he goes, "Right. So anything that doesn't have a soul is fine to go through. Right?"
Do warforges have souls?
Hammer kind of looks down at himself. Feels like it. Did it feel like you guys were like...
No,
they
that's a
felt,
fun game.
it felt very final, didn't it? I would say so. That warforged have souls. I mean, they've got personalities and shit. It's kind of like
Oh,
depends on how you would define a soul, but that's philosophy.
but for it felt final.
Oh yeah.
Not like lost, just final.
Huh? No. What? No.
Okay.
You okay?
I don't know.
All right. Well, if you need to talk, I'm here. I'm, fellow warforged and also
Yeah, I might have
talk
to do
about
that
that
at some
stuff.
point. Maybe once we get things set up on the other side of whatever the hell this is.
Yeah. See a couple of people that had walked through the barrier. One of them starts panicking. He just goes, "Oh, no. This was a mistake. I should not be here. I'm going home." And before anyone can stop him, he steps straight back through the barrier to the other side. You see, like, the moment he crosses back over the threshold, he kind of like he slows down pretty quickly, like only a couple feet past the barrier. And suddenly he kind of seizes up like he's been grabbed by something. Everybody, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Liking this dice a lot more.
God damn!
I am as well.
Jesus, everybody!
It's the Robo Eye, man. What can I
Holy
say?
fuck! Varaxis is
Man, I'm
probably
on
just
my
still having a bit of a
third
no.
crisis
dice
right now.
change.
Yeah, I'm over there having like a fucking deep dive into what the fuck I've done.
Well, okay, cool. All right. So, as tragic as it is, Digit, Minerva, and Dirt, you all hear this.
Is that tragic? I don't know.
It depends. The DC was 20. So
I might live in ignorant bliss. Okay.
Oh boy.
yeah. Yeah, so it's tragic depending on who we're talking about. We'll see if it's tragic after you hear this. So you guys that are able to like hear it, you do kind of what you hear first is the faint sound of chains, like violently straining, like it's wrapped around somebody, is like trying to hold them, and trying to prevent them from breaking, like out. You are also able to, I'm talking like faintly. Like you can't tell, even with that perception check, you can't tell if it's a hallucination or not. If it's just your brain kind of going into a bit of an overdrive, with the chain of events that have occurred. You swear for just like a millisecond, you swear you actually see chains wrapped around this guy that's seized up on the other side of the barrier. After a very quick struggle, you hear kind of like metal creaking and then just a snap. And you see the guy that ran out collapses. And he is no longer moving.
So that's what that feeling of finality meant for all of you, I suppose.
He seemed just
slowly nods.
Yeah, Hammer's like, yep. I didn't think it was gonna kill us, but
his fur is still completely poofed out right now.
I'm having a bit of a panic attack over here.
So,
hyperventilating.
He like reaches over, gives her
back away,
yeah.
like.
Yeah, you see the like the couple people that are left, not including like the Goliath, because the Goliath is the first one to go over to like the body, and is like dead. Very, very dead. Don't know what happened, but dead. And you can hear him on the other side of the barrier too. Like it's crystal clear. There's a couple other caravan goers that are like, nope. And they just proceed to just like leave. There's like a couple, like one, maybe two that stay with Vyrok. And they go, supply chain, huh? Okay. As long as I don't have to go across that barrier. As long as I get paid.
Now.
So yeah, congratulations. Yeah, if you guys look out,
you don't have to deal with the crazy X in your head, I guess.
Maybe.
I mean, that is yet to be proven.
Yeah, you Umu kind of starts to Umu kind of starts to like kind of the same curiosity initially. Also, nice name for him. Kind of the same curiosity that Digit kind of had when he first like looked around. He starts walking towards that termination point. You guys all see the same thing. It's like it's you know, a forest like super far off in the distance, to like kind of to the north, northeast, and you see that there is super faintly, there is what looks to be the very faint, like kind of almost completely overgrown at this point, but like some of it's like the dirt is the ground has been worn away so heavily that like nothing's been able to grow there effectively. Old like wagon trails and like a small road, leading off to somewhere in the west. But if you guys go towards that termination point, you realize why the ground just suddenly goes poof. Before you is a massive pit. You look in it, you can't see anything in it. It
Neat.
seemingly goes down just forever.
Oh,
Um,
Huh.
yep. And closer you get to kind of the edge of that pit, you do track where that road might have gone. Off to the west, you see far off in the distance what looks to be a tiny little village. Like, super
Okay.
tiny. Like, it's really far away.
So, can I just drop the lit torch from when we're in the cave
Oh yeah,
down the
it's
pit?
yeah, you can, yeah.
Just to
it-
gauge how fucking far or near endless it is.
It disappears eventually.
Oh, cool. It doesn't hit nothing. It just the light's gone.
Go ahead and give me a perception
Great.
check. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I was like, is this motherfucker really just bottomless? What abyss did we? Oh well.
Yep. Yeah,
You know.
it just disappears eventually. Oh, Digit.
So fucked. I'm just like two.
Yeah, yeah,
Cool.
Digit. You hear that torch like glance off of something, but eventually you hear it glance off of something else until you can't hear it anymore.
I look over and just say that's a lot further down than we think it is.
I already thought it was pretty far fucking down.
I didn't hear a bottom.
No. And the light just got smaller. It didn't get snuffed out.
Yeah. And with that, I will open up the last map of the night. I've got it currently hidden because I didn't want to accidentally have this open before.
Scratch.
Actually, no, I'll just do this. Poof.
Ah.
You guys. How big are you guys? I forgot what size I made you.
Where's
Tiny.
this big?
That is actually, honestly, that's still a massive. Your token is huge.
It really is. Compared to like the
so-
trees nearby, holy shit.
Yeah, it looks like you're the size of a tree. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you are 9 feet tall, so maybe you are.
Well, I'll give you guys just a quick idea of scale because I didn't want to make you to scale because then you probably wouldn't find your tokens.
I've zoomed in as far
From
as
a-
I can at 500%.
Yeah, from right about here, like right about here to here, is about a mile.
Oh, okay. So much smaller
Yeah.
than this. Got it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the rest of us are all fucking small sized. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. We're really small compared to this.
Yeah. So that's why I said the little village that you saw is really small.
Ah,
Okay. So with that, what I'm gonna do is, while I do have more prepared, let's go ahead and call it here for tonight.
look, we're the size of the actual gate.
Yeah, I do have actually, funnily enough, a gridded version of this. To give you another idea, 1 square is 200 feet.
Appropriately.
How
Yeah.
much smaller can our tokens get? Just curious.
Let's find out. If I upload grid list, let's do a second grid. Oh no, I need to upload another map. That's what I need to do. Mog grid list. Next. All right, let's see. Let's see how
Kicks
small
the
I can make
squirrel
you
in.
guys. Oh God! I hope you had a second character made.
Well,
Don't worry, he's a flying
I
squirrel
was
now,
actually
right?
thinking
Right?
because no, but I am very nimble. I was actually thinking like I wanted to wait to say it until we had gotten past that, like the gate, because that was a major one that I already knew about having done the previous campaign. What a way it would be to introduce a new character to have a player put their brand new character back through that gate.
There you go. That's the smallest you guys can be.
Just
dear God.
I can't see anything.
oh shit, there we are.
My map hasn't loaded.
You guys are so small that even if you zoom in all the
It's
way, you
so
can barely
little.
read it. And yet, honestly, that's probably a little closer to scale.
Oh, that's way closer to scale, yeah.
I know which one is mine. I have the tiniest name.
So yeah.
I like being
Welcome.
this small. It's fun.
They're like little fleas. Welcome to the Maw, everyone. I'm glad I was able to at least get you across the gate. That was my minimum goal.
Hell yeah, I can't wait to start fucking exploring this shit.
Yeah. Like I said, I've still
Let's
got a
see.
decent amount more prepared.
Ignore the
but
town. Let's go this way.
Mance has
Oh.
done a lot of prep and a lot of work on this particular idea. It's actually really sick.
I fucking love this setting.
The real fun is going to be the repercussions for me abandoning the fucking Queen of Dragons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. You
Hey, I
got it.
love
Yeah, that doesn't end well for you.
It might actually.
messing
No.
with deities is a great way to live.
Die?
I mean, if
The
you
unfortunate thing for Varaxis is that he fucked with the Dragon Queen accidentally, really. Like,
Yeah, no, it
you
wasn't
really
even
think
like
about
a
it,
intended thing.
It was more
if she
like
came in
another
here after me,
deity
she could
took
never
her
get back
spot
out, so.
without her say, but he's the one that has to suffer the consequences for it.
Slipped into his DM.
Yeah. And he didn't even reply or nothing. And
They
she's
just
already
showed
angry.
up.
oh yeah.
Saw the notification that pissed her off.
So
Who
yeah.
the fuck is this?
Who's what? Who's who? What? Who am I? Who are you?
Okay, see, why am I?
I'm blind!
Orbital cannon.
Yeah, I can't wait till you guys actually start fucking like
Someone is free.
till you guys start going in.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've got a whole bunch of goodies for you guys.
There's so many ways to die.
Yeah.
I mean, adventure. You know,
Yeah,
in
in
the
fact,
words of Umo.
yeah. As I was saying, is like if the initial introduction sequence doesn't quite give you an idea, yeah, this setting will fuck you up. Yeah, that's why I was now that you guys have seen this is kind of one of the reasons why I was like, this is obviously a far more finite area than like Chitus and such. You can only go so far one direction cardinally before you hit an actual wall. So, oh my god, it's a terrace. It's so tiny.
I've been eaten.
So, while there will obviously be a bunch of stuff that you guys will still be able to do, and a lot of stuff that I do have like on the burner, choosing to just like be like, I'm just gonna leave. Well, it may not work out the way that you want it to.
I'm just gonna leave. Cool, make a new character.
fucking
Time for me
dies.
to leave and do a system reset again.
Yeah, I guess if you guys ever feel like, it's like, I don't feel like playing X character anymore.
Your
I'll
mind's
just
broken.
It
fucking
really
die.
would
Succumb to
not be hard
insanity.
to reset, huh?
Yeah, you could just be like, I want a new character. You're like, okay, cool. And you're like, I'm just gonna walk through the barrier. Well,
Oh,
you
I
do
got
die.
I feel like if
What?
anything, this setting would be very, very interesting to do a reset in.
I'm a head out for tonight.
Yee.
Alrighty.
Have a good
Sounds
night.
good. Have a good night, man.
Take it
Mm.
easy.
But yeah, no, like this is a setting that this is a setting that honestly makes it super easy to introduce like new characters, or even like if there's somebody, like take for example if like Baja or Tiptoe decided they have the like slot to be able to play, it won't be too difficult to introduce them
Okay.
because they'll be introduced the same way that anybody else will be introduced to the Maw. It's through the gate.
They entered the gate and now they are here with us.
Yep.
Forever.
Everybody who goes through the gate obviously is making a choice to be there. So congratulations, welcome to hell. Population, you guys, and whatever else is here.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yippee.
I'm very just interested in seeing not only who dies first, but how fast one of us
How
dies.
fast?
Because it's gonna, I feel like it's gonna be ridiculously easy to trip and fall into something we were not supposed to touch.
I'll put it this way: I've been having war flashbacks since we got to the gate.
Oh yeah. So
That whole
honestly,
campaign is coming back to me, and it ended in spectacularly tragic fashion.
the only
God damn it.
unfortunately for Digit, yeah, I pretty much did the exact same opening sequence as when I first introduced the setting.
Yeah, almost verbatim. The
Yeah.
same setup, the same general like layout. And I'm over here thinking like, oh god, history for 200 years has just repeated itself.
Yep.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, that's honestly sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like it's just the way that I've got it set up is like, is like when you have that large of a gap, you're gonna get some, for lack of a better way to describe it, you're gonna get some stupid people that are like, huh, all the letters stopped. That's clearly an invitation to go check it out. It's like
God damn.
when you forget history, history repeats itself. And unfortunately, most of this history was forgotten. Left behind only in torn letters and weird advertisements, like wanted, like ads.
Well,
Hopefully, though,
I'm
this time
excited.
history does not repeat itself the same way the previous party did.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because this time we have time. Digits party had like 4 sessions
Oh,
it was
wow.
before I had to go to basic training.
Yeah. So the way that we had done it was still very in depth, but it was a fast track, more or less.
Yeah, you guys are going through a lot slower than the previous party.
Yeah.
Previous
Like
party, I was like, each new session was like a layer. Like,
Yeah.
It will not be the case here.
Yeah. So the point we got to was very appropriately like, this is the end of the campaign for now. But it
It's
was
why
quite a
Beacon
bit
exists.
further in. Yeah.
Beacon is actually the original party's name for it. It wasn't a name I came up with. It was a combination between the discussion of everybody at the party. So I wanted to give them something as a legacy. So I am quite pleased to have one of the original party members here so they can see that legacy.
I'm
Neat.
very
and
excited to
interact with
see
it.
how everybody's gonna react to a lot of the ideas that he's come up with. Now, there's a lot that I also very much don't know.
Oh yeah, at this point, Digit, I will be stopping talking to you. So, like now that we're here,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
like
secret.
the one other thing I am aware of, obviously, like, isn't something that's going to go unnoticed for long.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what new stuff you've cooked up.
I just like how everything the one perception check that honestly, if you wanted to keep your sanity, is probably something that you shouldn't have rolled high on. Almost everybody rolled high on. It's like the dice know. It's like, hey, do you want some trauma? You want some trauma? No? Too bad. You're watching a man get
Yippee.
brutally murdered.
Yeah, that was great. She's a scientist, damn it. And
She's already riddled
historian.
with anxiety. Now look what she's got.
Oh, fuck, what have I done?
Crippling
Jesus.
depression. We haven't even done anything
She's
yet.
honestly seen the actual death process. What's are great.
God.
The rest of
Watch.
this shit, not so much.
Fucking archaeologist straight up, just like, I am way over my fucking head.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, as long as there's no opposition, figured
We're trying to
probably
bully
every Saturday
Arjun
should be
here.
good.
I made
You're gonna
this
try and
character
get
to be her
Ajane
character's lesbian
in
lover.
here?
Yes. Yeah.
Hmm?
I made this character to be my friend's lesbian lover. I have to bully her in here, damn it.
I like how your fucking name in this Discord has just gotten longer and longer with each campaign.
Yeah, I realized all my characters are just very long names.
Hi.
Hi, Seamus Practice Dirt.
Mine seem to be. Are
I'm
they
just in
getting?
alphabetical
They're the
order, too.
same, and then they got shorter. Also, I color coded our little tokens.
I saw that.
Hell yeah!
Nice. Luckily, it
Why
seems
is
like
it
you guys were able
Planets
to
that died.
figure out pretty effectively how to do. Oh, rest in peace. Luckily, it seems like you guys were able to. I guess tokens just take from your character portrait, so that's good. Next session, I'll have like actual tokens for.
We'll put more tokens in there.
For the named NPCs.
We'll hopefully have actual art of my character and not AI generated.
Stop spawning things. He might make us fight these.
Let's see what we got. Demogorgon, Roper, Adult Black Dragon.
None of those.
None
None of them are here.
No? You're right. I spawned a Time Dragon earlier. That's what I put in. I don't even know what the fuck a Time Dragon really is.
I spawned an aspect of Tiamat and named it Consequences and put it next to Vraxis.
God. I gotta figure out.
Honest, it might not have been his action, but he's still gonna suffer the consequences.
I gotta.
As one does. As one does.
I gotta figure out how to like more effectively roll like on D&D Beyond as DM.
Just make a character named a DM.
Yeah, I think I may have to. And just be like, yeah, this is just my thing that I'm rolling to myself. I guess
Name it God
technically
and have it be unclaimed so you can just jump in there whenever.
God. Huh? You look at the stats. Oh my god! Why did the DM make a what? What is this? Brain Dragon. I do greatly enjoy that in Fog of War I can just straight kidnap you guys. It's just like so easy. Like I could just right here. I could just let's see. I could grab him and just go.
You can't. Fuck you.
He's gone.
He's right here.
You're right. I'll just make a duplicate.
No. Brother, no. Oh god. Whoosh into the mist.
Into the darkness. Reveal all.
Oh, thank God, I lost me.
That was funny earlier. Just be like, DM, I lost my token. Help.
Given to the depths.
Give me, please. I need it.
Oh, now you cooperate, you little motherfucker.
Well, actually, I do actually have a that even translates all the way in here too. This encounter builder like fully integrates with the campaign. It's like I could just press a run encounter button, and like I could put in initiative. I could put in like the monsters initiative.
Real quick, I want to see.
Throw a rat. Let's see. Give me a sec. Let me make a rat encounter. Rat.
Ow.
Look at this one. So, yep. Mod Ventures. Yep. Save. It's an untitled encounter. Well, you guys can't like obviously see this, but like if you, I wonder if you roll initiative, like you guys go ahead and roll initiative, see what happens, see if it auto populates. It has a blank. Oh, it does. 16, 23, 20. Yep. We'll just give Frax has got a 1. We'll just say that. The rat got an 18. So I hit start, which means now it's it's Esteban's turn. Esteban does his turn. It doesn't, I don't think, translate
the movement and whatnot.
I don't think it doesn't. It definitely doesn't transfer the movement because I don't have. I'm not looking at a map right now.
Set up, yeah.
Roll dagger hit.
Esteban.
It didn't hit, but
yeah, I was like, that's not
12
gonna
AC. Yeah, this rat's got fucking 12 AC. Yeah, like so. Let's say he's like Esteban has his turn. A digit casts his little fireball that also doesn't hit. Yeah, goes Esteban, dirt, digit. Now it's the rat's turn. Now it could be like rat makes an attack. Okay, it rolls only to me because it's my stat block. He got a 17 on his to hit. He was
shit.
Yeah, he
fucking
attacks
hell.
fucking like digit, and it just does 6 damage to digit. About fucking takes out half his health.
A rat just did 6 damage?
So it's not a rat, it's a giant rat.
Oh, I was like,
rat.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, it is also CR 1/8 though as well, so it's a shitty rat.
This is rodent on rodent violence, sir?
Traitor!
God.
Okay.
So yeah, like I could just straight up like because this using the counter builder, as you can see, or you can't, but I can see it.
We just see our rolls.
Yeah. So like it legitimately. Well, actually, here there's no harm in doing this.
Oh, right, that's a thing.
It's like this is what it looks like for me.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
Yeah. So like, Esteban has his turn. Dirt has his turn. Digit has his turn. The rat, and now I've got all these. It's like a character sheet.
Yeah.
I could just
really cool.
press something, and it'll be like,
That's the thing.
Oh, that's
yeah,
pretty
and
cool.
it calculates it for me. So I have to do like anything manual. I'm just like, hey,
Oh, you don't have to
Do
be
our
like me
attack
and have
would keep track
75
of how much
tabs open.
health?
what's up?
For our attacks we rolled, does it count how much it's done to the rat?
It doesn't look like it, because if it did, he'd be dead by now. However, it is also the
Okay.
rat's turn. Like, let's say, let's go back to Digit's turn, because the game isn't intelligent enough. Yeah, the game isn't intelligent enough to know, I think, that you're attacking the rat.
That's fair.
Yeah,
So-
unless there's like a
but-
targeting button.
But it does keep track of the health. You just have to do the values.
Yeah, but I could
You
be like,
punch the
oh, he
number
takes
and hit
5 damage.
Yeah.
He's like, okay,
All
he
right.
takes 2
That's still
damage.
fucking really good.
He's dead. Yeah, it's very handy.
If they
That's
could just
cool.
implement a targeting feature, though, that would literally fix all of that. It would
Pretty
track
much. The
health
only thing that
for
I'm-
everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So what
The
was
only
it
thing
we used? Foundry.
Foundry, yeah.
So Foundry can do it. I know D&D Beyond.
I was interested in Foundry, but in this case,
Foundry is
like
one
D&D
hell of a learning
Beyond.
curve, dude.
and yeah, Foundry is also one hell of a learning curve.
And
So
you have to pay
D&D
money.
Beyond is, yeah, D&D Beyond is very simple, which has some downsides because, like, as you can see on my little map here, I don't have a roll button down here. So
Yeah, I noticed that too. We have to go to our character sheet, roll from there, then look back at the map.
yeah, which means I have to make a character sheet.
Yeah.
So yeah, like for example, like when Cobb tried to grab Digit, I didn't have obviously a Cobb sheet. So I just had to manually go over to a character sheet and roll from that character sheet. So it doesn't give me really any extra tools except for things like Fog of War. To like use.